Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are Dustfire Media, and it's a beautiful day. Played D&D.
It really is a beautiful day, honestly.
Now the thing that always happens to Justin is happening to Nick as he talks first.
No,
I heard
I'm
it.
not,
It wasn't as bad.
it wasn't as bad, but it was happening.
oh jeez.
just for a little bit. But I mean, I understood everything you said.
StreamYard knows.
StreamYard knows.
They who speak first are condemned to
Does
be
it?
muffled.
So it never
does not
does it to
happen.
me.
Never does it to you when we play
Hmm.
Avatar Legends.
Interesting.
I have not
I think the
noticed.
universe is giving us signs
neither have I.
that Danny must
Mhm.
speak first, always.
Maybe we should try to get another Filipino to do an intro and see.
Okay,
If,
Oh, if that's the
Alright.
connection.
if that's it,
Might
it
be.
somehow detects race.
yeah.
StreamYards, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. Interesting times these are.
I mean, with whose America we're living in right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Clearly a very pro-Filipino tech company.
Let's get a clean audio start, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome, everybody, to Dustfire Media. Happy spring. Happy bunny day. How are your allergies?
Good.
I don't have any.
Good. I'm so happy for you.
Are you? I would understand if you just feel like angry and hateful.
I do often lay awake at night and wonder why I've been cursed with this existence of snot and breathing in
Mhm.
my mouth. But
Mhm.
you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
If I could take that burden away from you for a couple days at a time, I would.
You don't want to take it forever?
No, not forever.
Okay,
I'd rather
all
just kind of pass stuff around, learn from that together.
If it makes you feel better, Justin, I will be joining you in a matter of weeks, as everyone mows their lawns for the first time.
Oh
in a
my
year.
gosh, it's the worst.
And it feels like my face is trying to explode
Yeah.
Oh,
outwards.
no.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
have-
for
Oh,
the
go ahead.
first time in my life, I was like, because now I don't work virtually anymore. I have to work in the office, and I went into the office, and my boss is like, "Your eyes are so puffy," and I was
Oh, no.
so embarrassed. I was like, "Oh my god, are they really that bad?"
Don't be embarrassed.
Oh,
Background. What were you gonna say, Johnny?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I have really major seasonal allergies attached to every season of the year.
Mm.
And
no.
so just Allegra, it's over the counter these days.
Oh,
Used
I
to be
know.
prescription only.
Yep.
Take it every single day, and you will be golden.
So I do take allergy pills every single day.
Is it Allegra?
It's not Allegra.
Wow.
Because let me tell you why. Because for most of my life I took Allegra and I have built up an immunity to it.
Mm,
So I had to
mm.
switch to a different medicine that
Oh,
isn't
hey.
as effective, but is
I took
still more effective than Allegra.
I took Allegra for the majority of my childhood, and it stopped working as well. And so I switched to Zyrtec for a while, and then it stopped.
Okay.
Same thing happened. Switched to
Yeah.
Claritin. Now I'm back to Allegra, and I just
Okay.
switch which med I'm taking
All right,
every
maybe
few
I'll
years.
switch
but-
back to Allegra.
Yeah, so maybe
I-
that tapers off or whatever instead
Yeah.
of like a permanent threshold.
I actually got allergy shots when I was a kid. My allergies used to be way worse than they are now.
Whoa.
You can probably re-up on those.
I probably could.
Get them even lower or
Yeah.
even weaker,
That'd be amazing.
less severe. That is the word. That's what I'm going.
If I ever have a child, they shall be exposed to all manner of allergens en masse, the highest intensity from the moment they are born.
Just
I mean, if it was just exposure, it's not
I will
like
bathe them in peanuts and pollen and
like
animal
I'm sure my
furs.
parents mowed the grass at some point in my childhood.
but just like
I don't think
attach
it's
your
stopped
child
for
to
me.
the front of the lawnmower. So
Oh,
Every day.
perfect,
Whoa.
yeah.
you know?
Well, wait.
Wait, well, hang
I was
on.
good. I thought I was being weird and
Ooh.
dramatic enough to be like, and then I will, every time I take a walk, bring them into the freshly cut grass and rub them in it. But yeah, putting them in front of the lawnmower, that's kind of dangerous. So
It also
Oh.
wouldn't they need to be behind it so that they like are in the path
You're
of
right.
cut
Just
grass?
actually just stick them in that big bin that all the grass clippings go in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they're just death.
Yeah.
All right.
Smart.
The I'm also allergic to dust mites. Moving
Me
that kind of-
too. Yeah.
And I think it's just really interesting the idea that like if I had been exposed more to a dirtier environment, maybe I wouldn't be. But I don't think that's 100%.
It's not
the case.
really how allergies work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's any consolation, I grew up in a completely filthy, dust-filled environment, and I am allergic to dust. So
I just learned the craziest connection that people that are allergic to dust mites are also allergic to shrimp.
I have finally figured out, I think, my anaphylactic allergy.
Is
and
shrimp.
it is an incredibly mild shrimp allergy.
Interesting.
That only
really
goes
interesting.
off if I eat a lot of shrimp, and usually also
Huh.
their shells, which I'm sure
I will
has
say-
concentrated.
I don't
Mm.
like shrimp, and that's aside from allergies.
Sure.
But I'm allergic to dust mites, which I know definitively, and shrimp is not an issue for me at all.
Same.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not normally like if I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
have like a shrimp cocktail, totally fine. If I have like shrimp in
Yeah.
like dumplings, totally fine.
Yeah.
If I eat an entire plate of salt and pepper shrimp, I explode.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
same.
that
I
might
I
also
don't-
have-
Bathe in
Alright.
shrimp, I think.
There was a time in my life. I think I don't like shrimp because I overdid it on shrimp. Because I used to go and
Mm.
buy shrimp platters. And just
Hell yeah, Johnny.
I don't know what the exact like
shrimp
limit is
platter.
because I can eat like a lot of it for sure,
yeah.
but there is some sort of limit where I will start reacting to it, and I think
That's-
that's why
I-
it was so confusing. It also takes a while. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't happen
Interesting.
right away.
Doesn't happen right away.
yeah.
Super confusing. Not
I'm
quite sure.
I'm also allergic to dust mites as well too, and I'm like Johnny. I have not noticed any adverse reactions to shrimp, but I don't eat a ton of shrimp, and I don't eat it very often.
Yeah.
So now I'm kind of want to test it and just go to like an all-you-can-eat shrimp buffet and just like see. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do know another thing I found out, and this could be wrong. Somebody told it to me at one point, but if you are allergic to pollen, a good way to know is if you eat bananas, which apparently most people are just straight up not allergic to, but if you eat bananas and it makes the inside of your mouth tingle or like sting, it's because you're allergic to pollen, not because you're allergic to bananas.
What? Okay, that's crazy because for over the last few years, I can eat bananas in other things. Like if it's in something, I don't notice it, but if I just eat a banana, like I feel like my throat is closing up.
Yeah, you told me this. Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
did I develop an allergy to
Yeah,
bananas?
it's probably a pollen allergy.
It's
and not
probably a
banana
pollen
issue.
allergy, not
Which
a
is
banana
also
allergy.
what's
Huh.
screwing you up your
Huh.
nose up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, no, no.
Everything is connected.
But the problem
I will
too
say,
is that I love my windows being open. I love the breeze coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, we are kind of
Again-
meant to be outside a lot
I
now,
sweat.
why do we
whole
invent
thing.
buildings if that was true, Steve? That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
because
Yeah,
we
tell that
keep
to someone in
moving
Phoenix.
because we keep moving more
Meant
and
to
more
be
over
outside,
time to
okay.
places that are less habitable without more and more provisions and protections.
I
if
gotta
we were meant to be outside, we'd have exoskeletons. Conversation over.
Oh, thank you.
done.
I'm allergic to penicillin.
That resolved all of my
I'm
concerns.
also like, wow.
Did you know that I heard if you're allergic to penicillin, you're also allergic to damn it.
You really ran into that.
I was gonna-
Oh,
realization,
man.
huh?
Let's
Sprinted
just-
headfirst into the football game and realized he wasn't wearing any pads.
Oh boy.
That bodes
I've
well.
been there.
That bodes
It
well
hurts.
for an improv TTRPG session.
We're gonna
today.
be great. It's like
Yep.
it's like you getting all your
Yeah,
natural
that's
ones out of the
that's
way,
different.
right? You
That's
gotta get them out of
Is
the way.
anybody else? I think I might be weird for this, but does anybody else have no issues with pineapple? Like I always hear people talk about pineapple making their mouths like sting or tingle. I can eat as much pineapple as I want. It doesn't bother my
Yeah.
mouth at all.
I think I'm
Oh,
in
that's
that
not
boat
like
with
an
you.
allergy thing. If I eat like a lot of any kind of like citrusy, or,
Acidic?
like, high
Citrus?
acidic thing, I
Yeah.
do eventually get like canker sores, but that's not like
Yeah, I know it's not like an allergy thing, but it just like doesn't affect me.
happen to you. Oh, yeah,
It
you
just
just
doesn't
might have
happen.
a really strong like, well, for like saliva, it might be pretty basic like yours. So that might be what's counteracting it there.
Yeah.
You might also just have like a strong mucous membrane, just like in general. Do you ever have like heartburn and stuff like that?
Yeah, I get heartburn all the time.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I turned
I mean,
30
I think
and
heard
heartburn
people-
is kind of like
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just kind of live with heartburn.
I've heard of people who can like down straight citric acid and it just doesn't really affect them. And
Yeah,
that could be
I-
something to it too. You could just be really For some reason,
I
your
think the
mouth
basic
is good
thing is
against acidity.
probably
Yeah.
the thing. So it counteracts and essentially becomes neutral in your mouth. Water, essentially.
Nice.
Making acid and a
Mhm.
base. It just turns into water, basically.
Yeah.
So we've got
Someone
really
in the chat is
alkaline
asking
spit.
if we get
Yeah.
brain freeze.
Hmm.
Oh,
I don't get brain freeze.
I get brain freeze if I eat cold
Oh.
things fast enough, but not. I don't eat a lot of cold things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really tested it in a while.
A
I
good
have
trick though for
gotten it.
brain freeze. If you press your tongue, like there's like a
Yep,
vein
I
that
know
runs
that
along
one.
the
Yep.
roof of your mouth, down the center
Yeah.
of the roof of your mouth. Yeah, press your tongue against it as hard as you can, and it will make the brain freeze go away.
Did you know that if your face is too wounded and you get picked up by an ambulance, they put the breathing tube through your eye socket?
What? I gotta
If
ask
your
my
face is
brother
too
about
wounded-
that.
If your face is too wounded to put it in your mouth or nose, they put it in through your eye socket.
I hated that. Hate that.
I hate
So sorry, I
that
don't know
too,
why I
but
just
now I
did
have
mine.
to
I
ask
don't know
him.
why
My
I
brother's a
just did mine.
paramedic.
Did
Yeah.
you know that Danny is not allowed to talk for the rest of this episode? Any fun facts at all?
You can only be in character. So
Right.
Jared
would
just
never
saying
say
all these
anything
really
like
uncomfortable things about our world.
suddenly,
about the real world.
Did you know that? I think we should play D&D now.
I guess we should.
I think we should. I think we should.
Great to see you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for helping me understand pineapples in my mouth.
Mhm. And face eye hold things.
Oh, okay. Sorry, last time you guys had actually I was just re-listening to the last episode and a lot happened. Like in the moment it didn't feel like there was that much going on, but actually kind of a lot happened last episode. So you guys got back to Hilltop with the remaining refugees from the encampment in the grasslands where you guys went and attacked the soldiers from Jundin, and 6 Larkholdian survivors came with you guys back to Hilltop. The rest of the commoners who were in the encampment actually made their way out to the coast to join the Deep Seekers, the cult that is growing on the coast. You got back to Hilltop. Lyrian had a encounter with Anders and found out that Anders essentially said, like, I don't think I should teach you the things I know about finding this stuff out about the gods. Cass started exploring the library, looking for options to kind of try and figure out how to undo or escape a prophecy, make sure it doesn't happen. Pellis found out about a lot of refugees being in town, and like a huge influx of refugees from all 4 corners of the world, and went out to proselytize. And Jared was able to have some level of connection with the Larkhold survivors, and they joined him in a ritual to honor the people of Larkhold. The shrine of remembrance built to Larkhold in your temple was completed, and now these 6 survivors from Larkhold are staying with you guys for the time being. And then you also found out that Cadmere found out what you guys did with Dewey Decimal and having him invade Cadmere's shop. And I can tell from the looks on your faces that some of you forgot that the assassin's name was Dewey Decimal.
I didn't forget, but it's just it's funny every time.
Yeah.
Never
But
forget.
Cadmere more or less forgave the 4 of you, but does now feel like you owe him a favor at some point. And he intimated that he will be traveling to the coast to just check on one of his shops and gather the things that are there and bring them back to Hilltop to avoid the Deep Seekers. But that's kind of where we left off. And actually, another big important thing that happened that I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up was that Jared and Cass actually had a pretty intense interaction as well.
Yup. Yeah.
And so
And I think that definitely informs like how Jared interacts with Cass in the morning. He doesn't say anything. There's like lots of like awkward like
yeah,
like he does his best to avoid Cass in the morning.
that is a great place to start. Actually, I think the morning, it is a crisp, cool, early spring morning in Hilltop, and as you guys awaken, you awake to the sounds of a more I wouldn't call it bustling per se, but a much busier temple than you're used to. The 6 Larkholdians they woke up. Some of them are staying in a couple of tents in the courtyard. Some of them are staying in the common area, but they woke up bright and early and started getting down to work on repairing some of the dormitory area so that there's actually places for them to sleep comfortably. And so you wake up to the sounds of some of them working. A few of them are cooking and trying to prepare a meal for everyone, the 4 of you included, and just talking with each other. And you hear, as you listen to their conversation, you hear the sounds of hope returning to people who lost it. You hear conversations about the future, and you get the sense that as they're talking, the future isn't something any of them really thought about for a long time. But that's the morning. It's busier than you're used to. It's a little bit louder than you're used to. And so as any of you wake up, why don't we actually let's zoom in on Jared and find out how are you starting your morning here?
Yeah, so if Jared walks in to where everyone's preparing food and stuff, and if Lyrian, Pellis, and Cass are there, like, "What by this, Lyrian?" He'll look at Cass and be like, and then look down and start grabbing food.
You said want breakfast? Danny, did your character say want breakfast, Lyrian?
No, he said good morning, Pellis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Want breakfast? Winks. No. No, he doesn't say that.
So addressing all but Cass among the
yeah,
group.
he
here.
looks like Cass, starts to say something, and then his eyes just go wide, and he just looks down and starts grabbing food.
Wow. Good morning, Jared. Sir Jared. That's quite the greeting.
You forgot to greet Cass.
Morning, Cass. Lovely day today, isn't it? All right. Oh, no. Beautiful looking eggs, actually.
The eggs, they look great today. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pellis will lean over to
Good
Lyrian.
morning, by the way.
Good morning.
Should we tell them that they're eating pancakes, or we just let them?
He hasn't looked down at the pancakes. He was just staring at Cass, and he said, "Lovely eggs. Eggs are excellent." Yeah.
Lyrian is starts scanning the kitchen very intensely. How did I miss this? And a moment later, I can only conclude that there are indeed not eggs in the kitchen.
Oh, okay. None of us were. All right. Anyway, Pellis is. So are the Larkholdians breaking
down?
Breaking fast with us.
Breaking
I don't know
fast.
why. I didn't.
The classic fantasy.
Are they
way.
breaking fast?
All of it, you know?
Breaking fast with us.
So
Please
you can
come with
tell
us.
from
So-
kind of the setup. A few of them have already most of them have already eaten and are at going to work. Lafa, who was kind of their leader and had some connection with Jared early on, is the one who's at the cooktop, making food. And actually hearing Jared say the thing about eggs, if any of you are paying attention, you notice that she's started cracking eggs and she's taken my
There needs to be eggs.
yeah, my lord wants eggs. I'll make eggs. And she's
Sorry, could I get her name
Ah.
one more time?
Lafa.
Lafa. All right.
There are
well,
the eggs now. Very well.
yes,
You were very
Lafa
observant.
seems to be working on them. You guys get comfortable. I actually have to talk to Lafa really quick. And so I'll go over and join her, sort of in the cooking area.
Yeah, you walk over and she kind of quickly wipes her hands on her apron and gives you she places her hands on her knees and gives you a low bow. Your Eminence.
No, definitely not an eminence. I'm just a cleric. I am of the people. We are of the same caste. There's no lordship here.
All right. Is there something I can help you with? Did you want more pancakes? Or I'll have eggs ready shortly.
I would like some eggs, but aside from that, I just wanted to make sure that you were all comfortable, and as you needed to pay for supplies over building materials or whatever, what have you, that you were well stocked. So here, and he pulls out a rather large sack of coin. Here's this, just like as a fund. You can also use it to perhaps look for work if you need to, or get whatever supplies you need. Just want you all to be comfortable.
Thank you. This is far too much.
Well, it's like a long-term kind of thing.
So
I mean, we'll
long-term
be
loan.
using your certificate. Sorry, what was that?
It's a loan. We'll pay you back when we're able.
No, that's not. We're actually not allowed to do loans. That's a different. Well, as a follower of Diastall specifically, I'm not really allowed to do loans. That's a domain of a different god, really.
Very well. And so you want me to buy building materials with this to fix your shrines?
No, I'm paying for that separately. I want you to use this to clothe yourselves, to be comfortable. I'm sure the barracks will need beds and settings and comfort to some degree. Yeah, that's for you to use.
Thank you. Thank you, Holiness. Your generosity is...
Holiness is for the high priest. I am just a normal priest. Just your neighborhood representative of the divinity.
Of course. Very, very sorry.
Don't need to be sorry. Totally all right.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, we'll work on that. You have thank you so much for breakfast. It's been fantastic. And I'll take some of these plates over to the table, and he'll bring them over. Some serving platters. I've given her 100 gold.
Amazing.
Whoa.
How much gold do you have left?
53 gold and 62 plat.
Okay. And did you mark? So last episode, you said you were spending 500 gold on.
I believe so, because I think we were in the 100. I was.
Yes,
in the hundreds of
you
platinum.
didn't even record your earnings from the last mission. That's
that is what happened. Yeah,
Okay.
I just that was just gone immediately.
Cool. Thank you.
Got you.
All right. Lyrian, what are you doing this morning?
I think Lyrian, rather than like sitting down at like our main cluster of tables or seating, I'm imagining like we don't have a perfect setup yet. Maybe like a patchwork of tables that have been found. Maybe one that's nicer. I don't think we've also, unless I'm wrong, anticipated quite this much capacity, like as far as having people eating together in the shrine. And I'm thinking Lyrian would opt to not have a seat and would walk around with her plate and eat pancakes while just sort of studying the Larkholdians, their mannerisms, paying attention to patterns in speech, seeing if she hears any the shift that you're describing towards like little glimmers of hope and restoration in the mood of the room.
Yeah, so most of the
I'm curious.
Larkholdians are in the barracks doing some work and like cleaning things up already. So Lyrian's probably just like standing in a doorway, like eating while they're all kind of like working and chatting with each other. And
yeah. Does it seem like any of them are good craftsmen as far as those who are trying to pitch in?
Not especially. I mean, they're also not really in that phase of work yet. There's these as we've mentioned before, the temple had become essentially like city storage for a while, and so they are just clearing garbage out. Like that's their main focus right now. They're making like a large pile in the courtyard that they're gonna try and probably burn.
Yeah, Lyrian will approach one of them and say, "Hello, Larkholdian."
He kind of like gives a little start at your appearance, but
That
quickly
happens
like
often.
quickly tries to like right himself and bows deeply. Milady, what can I
I'm-
do for you?
I am simply curious to learn a few things, if you have a moment.
Of course,
Um,
what might I do for you?
Jared of Larkhold, as I'm sure you've noticed, is quite proud to continue the name. How does it sit with you when I address you as Larkholdian?
I'm proud of where I come from, but fills me with sadness.
Hmm.
What was lost.
And are you the sort who wishes to keep memories alive, or to let them fade and move on to bright beginnings?
Little both, I suppose. I mean, it's a bit of an odd question.
Do the Larkholdians have particular traditions for grief?
Well, have you ever watched Sir Jed in his ritual? It's
Danny,
more of-
is it quite private, or do you think I would have been able to witness you doing any of your
I think
ritual
Jared-
stuff?
The first time Jared did it, like in a more public space, was probably last night at the shrine. I think he tends to keep it pretty private. I think in Jared's mind, he sort of has like that anxiety and kind of has an inkling that people think something of him, and that is that he should move on, let that memory fade, move on to a brighter future. And so I think thinking that in his head, Jared he has in the past tried to keep his ritual a little more private. So you might have seen it last night for like the first time.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Johnny.
the people of Larkhold I mean, we don't do any more than anyone else, I don't think, to try and remember or forget. We build effigies sometimes, we write songs, we tell stories, we don't talk about the things we don't want to talk about.
Thank you. I will do what I can to be of comfort to Sir Jared using this information.
If I might, if far be it from me, I'm not as highly regarded as Sir Jed, so take this with a grain of salt, but he's a bit of an odd one. Just between us.
I had suspected that he was odd. But when one travels much and meets many folk, it is hard to tell when they are being odd or simply misunderstood.
He's a great knight, and his house is a great house, and many of the people of Larkhold who survive, we have tried to move on. If Sir Jad was able to rebuild Larkhold, many of us would return, but we don't pine for what was. You lot getting us away from Drondon gave us hope for the future.
Yes.
Maybe for the first time. So we want to move forward, not back.
Right. And loyalty. Does this mean to you that you ought to do something regarding the name Larkhold or the symbol or the city that once was?
I mean, does Larkhold live somewhere other than our blood? Do I need to fly the crest to be of Larkhold, or is it enough to hold it in my heart?
Fair questions. And your name was?
Edric, milady.
Lyrian.
It's a pleasure. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to work now.
Yes, enjoy moving trash.
You know, having 4 stone walls around you makes it a lot easier to do just that.
Lyrian nods, clearly showing no indication that what she said could possibly be strange or offensive.
I want to say that to the next garbage man I see.
Just enjoy carrying trash.
Enjoy moving trash.
Yeah, just a genuine, completely neutral, judgment-free.
You know what? You're in a union. You probably make more money than I do on an hourly basis. Enjoy
Honestly.
moving that trash.
Enjoy it.
Definitely more money than I do right now. So enjoy moving trash.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as the camera shifts off of Lyrian in that encounter, it moves back towards the eating area, the cafetorium of sorts, and we zoom in on Cass.
I mean, I love that Pellis and Lyrian left, so Cass and Jared are just awkwardly sitting at the table eating
Yeah.
breakfast together.
Jared has his hand leaning on his head, so it's blocking Cass from his vision.
Let me also set the stage a little bit more for you guys. Pellis left, Lyrian left. Lafa is still, like, she's finished cooking the eggs. She's brought them over to the two of you and is now sitting in the corner where the cooking area is, kind of quietly eating by herself while the two of you are awkwardly at the table. Now continue.
So, how are the eggs? Good eggs. Good eggs, Lafa. Good, yeah.
Thank you.
Love, if you want to join us at the larger group of tables, you can if you want. Rather,
Thank you, Lord. I'm going to start cleaning.
you don't need to call me
momentarily.
Lord Laffer.
Sir Jed, I'm sorry.
All right.
No, enjoy your breakfast. Pretend I'm not here.
Good. Yes, good. Is that
It's gonna be so hard for Jared because he's already pretending Cass isn't there, so he can't also pretend another person's not there. What were you saying?
Jared? Sorry, this is so awkward. Can I just say something?
What? Oh, I don't feel awkward at all, really. Perhaps a bit tired is all.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
I'm sorry about last night. Just
no.
we shouldn't talk about it. So just forget about it. Forget I said anything. Sorry, I was in a weird space hearing about the cult. Don't worry about it. It was me.
Miss Brianbane, you don't need to be sorry.
And Jared turns like cherry red. And he goes,
I think you're a very beautiful woman. But I need to use the privy.
and he'll pick up his plates and just like toss them with still a bunch of food on them, just like in the bin. I don't know, and just rush out of the room.
Yeah, you rush
Wow.
past Palace, and he's just like,
He probably bumps into Pellis a little bit. And it's
sorry, Alice.
Dystal, I think this one needs your help.
Lafa goes and pulls your plate out of the trash bin and like scrapes the food off of it. I guess he didn't like it.
no,
Oh.
no.
Oh no, Lafa, that is not what is happening at all. He enjoyed the food. He's just struggling with some inner demons.
Some inner demons.
His
Right, I
bowels.
mean- Right.
It's too funny to correct.
All right.
That's why I said it. That's why I said it.
Do you
Wait, I
think
didn't
he
catch
needs
that.
some
What did Cass say?
herbs?
It's bowels.
His bowels.
Oh yeah, that was good. That was good.
I'll see about making him a poultice, and I'll bring it to him in the privy.
I'm sure he would appreciate that. That is
Please,
very kind of you,
please
Lafa.
go in on him in the privy.
No, I mean, don't just like let yourself in. That's not.
But he needs it now.
What? Lafa, you know what to do.
Yeah,
I'm
Lafa
sure-
starts pulling herbs off from like various places
Yeah,
and
you don't need to tell her what to do. Cass.
immediately starts she puts it into a mortar and pestle and is immediately like grinding a paste to.
Pillis, should we,
Yes.
I mean, we've got to figure out what we're going to do next, right?
Yeah, you wanted to talk to. Her name escapes me.
Vesper.
Vesper.
Shadowclaw.
Yes.
I had
Very
another thought today. I did a little bit of thinking last night. I was up all night. Don't worry about it. Don't ask. And I think it might be a good idea to go to the coast. Just see what's going on with these cultists.
All right. I mean, that makes sense to me. I guess. Well, do we? I mean, are you just worried that they're getting more power than they need?
I mean, that's part of it, yeah. The other part is, well, if I'm going to be here, eventually, we're going to have to confront them eventually anyway.
Wait, why? I'm sorry. Because they're not here. Like, I don't mean
What-
to. Is there like a deeper connection there? That's what I'm.
It's-
going.
Perhaps it's time. So maybe we get Jared and Lyrian and have a discussion.
All right, I'll go get him.
Yeah, Lafa like rushes past you with like a bowl full of green and like brownish goop, and I'll let Sir Jed know. And she's rushing towards the privy.
Wait, I'm so
Oh.
sorry. I have to watch this.
Yeah, no, this is good. Lyrian, come on.
Does Lafa like knock on the privy door?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
the privy is like
before
a
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
sorry,
like
what were you saying?
it's like a curtain. It's not even really a door.
Yeah.
And but she like knocks on the wood like next to the like the doorway.
Literally, right before she even knocks, he'll crack open the curtain and be like,
Lavar, they're talking about me.
I brought you a poultice for your bowels.
he'll just snatch it out of her hands.
Thank you. Thank you. I need that, really. I do.
Of course,
Um,
just rub it on your abdomen and allow it to. It will not smell nice, but it will smell a damn sight better than what it's preventing.
I thank you.
You'll just start rubbing it on his belly, and as he says,
Were Pellets and Cass talking about me?
No, they were talking about. Well, I mean, they're going to come. They're here. They're right there.
he'll peek
We're
his
just
head out,
like,
Oh,
And our
yeah,
heads
we're like around the
Yeah,
corner.
we're like around the corner.
Oh, hey, yeah, Jared.
just
Sorry,
finishing
we
up
need-
now. Sorry. Thank
We
you,
need to
Lavar.
talk to you.
means a lot. He'll open the curtain all the way.
Open it. Oh, okay. All right, he's just coming out.
Yeah, and no, and he'll come out. He's not welcoming you guys into the privy. He'll come out.
Okay.
We all cram into the privy.
All right, we need to talk to you.
All right.
What does that smell? Actually, no. What is that smell? What is that?
Mm.
Did you actually have problems with your bowels? Because that is something.
It's the
Yes,
poultice I
suppose.
made, Your Eminence. It
Ah,
does not smell particularly.
Remember,
nice.
we're working on the eminence.
It makes like a
sorry.
piggy poo called poultice.
I also don't need to apologize.
Business.
Just a preferred
Right.
name.
Sorry. I will be better.
No,
That's not.
Sir.
You're great. You do not need
you're
to.
doing great, Lavar. It's all right. It's really helping, actually. I already feel very relieved.
Yes.
He did not
Anyway.
use the privy. He just stood there. By the way.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's
And then rub
obvious.
the stuff
He
on
just
his-
opened the door and in no way needed to dress himself. Anyways, yeah, Jared, we were having a sort of party meeting with you.
Why have we been summoned here to stand outside and smell this?
Well, we thought that there would be Cass and I thought there something more entertaining was about to happen, but that kind of that bubble burst, unfortunately.
That was still pretty entertaining. He was fully Billis, he's fully clothed and he still put that stuff on.
Yeah, I know.
I smell a poultice. It is familiar. Slippery elm ginger, chamomile, and flaxseed.
Can we have that meeting, actually? That would be lovely. Should we have it in the dining room?
Yes,
Sir Jared, if you have bowel troubles, all you need is castor oil.
It's Thank you so much, Lyrian. I will consider that. I'm
Really?
feeling great now. Thanks to Luffa. Thank you, Luffa.
They use that to mix the paints.
That as well. It is unpleasant, but you can drink it.
Oh, wow. Anyway, so make it to the table. Jared kind of smells weird. This is sniffing a bottle of castor oil. I'm like,
These are important facts to ground us. This is good. This is what is happening.
so Cass, you had something to tell us?
Yeah, so how to put this succinctly? There's a not zero chance that I might become a behemoth someday.
Like the giant monstrous creatures?
Yes.
I mean, the world we're living in, you can probably say that for everyone.
Well,
I think she means it more literally.
I mean it literally.
Hmm.
Oh, you didn't mean it literally.
I do. It's literal. Yes, I meant it
yes,
literally.
you did mean it. Okay, so I was right, Jared. She's serious. Like she's gonna turn into a gigantic monster.
Not just
why
a gigantic monster,
the gigantic
like
the
the one that will destroy the world, sort of.
oh like literally the behemoth. I thought we were talking about like just like like a leviathan.
It a little of column A and B. Like
Okay.
a leviathan that has been not yet seen as of now.
Worse,
Right.
perhaps, than those which have been seen?
Much worse, Lyrian. Much worse.
Well, what? Okay, sorry. What indication? Like, are you cursed?
You've got it on the first try.
No. That all right.
Excellent powers of deduction, Pellis.
Thank
It's
you.
it's been passed down through the women in my family for generations. And I've got reason to believe that it's starting to come true.
Hmm.
But I don't know if it'll be me. If it'll be someone after me. I don't know.
Are there signs of this already
What indicators
presently
do you see?
happening?
Yes.
Lyrian begins to inspect your limbs.
They look like halfling limbs.
Lyrian, maybe not that obvious.
What sort of signs, then?
You really have to know. You can't just trust me.
Oh, I merely ask.
Understanding the nature of the curse could help us identify it and remove it.
We only ask for your well-being.
If you aren't comfortable, we can broach the subject another
Oh.
time.
It's fine. It's fine. My heart. You can start to see it as black.
Like through your skin. Wow.
Yeah.
Must be a sight.
And
black
it seems I was on the right course, Pellis. And Lyrian returns and begins to unbutton Cass's shirt.
Wait. Okay, all right.
No,
that's
no, Lyrian,
no, no,
you cannot do that
You
without
gotta take
someone's
me,
permission.
or take me at the dinner first.
Right. Still needs to earn your permission. Regardless,
Yep, we have shared many meals, Cass.
I have a follow-up question. Okay. Cass, why? I mean, I don't want to say it's a mundane symptom of a curse, but
quite the opposite, really.
why does that mean that you're going to turn into a giant monster? Like the giant monster?
That's the whole thing.
Oh, do you know the nature of the curse? Do you know the person who gave this to you?
Yes, it was one of the gods, and I don't remember how to pronounce his name.
The water god. What's his
So I'm
name?
pulling it up.
the water god.
The water god.
Oh, what a god! Pellis, our family knows about this. Braddock cursed our family line with this and said one day someone in our family who'd become his thrall.
And his
God of the sea and
goal is
sky.
to create. His goal is to create a giant monster.
He's
Doesn't
a vengeful.
seem-
He's a vengeful god.
That's not
Yeah.
untrue.
To give some I think a piece of clarity for the way that Braddock thinks too, and Cass, you can decide if you're going to share this with everybody else. But it wouldn't have been, from Braddock's perspective, a curse put on your family.
Mm-mm.
It's like a gift for serving him well in times past.
Yeah, I don't know about vengeful. I mean, he's he can be angry, and he does have a tenuous relationship with Carduel, but Carduel. I mean, it doesn't seem like he just cursed your family to have. I mean, that doesn't seem.
That's what I've been told. All right,
Oh.
I was told that
Alright, okay.
we killed the first Leviathan, and so he put this on us.
Interesting. Well, that is very powerful magic to come straight from a god, so probably can't do anything about that
You know,
straight away.
to be honest, I don't even know if it's true, but
Well, I mean, if your heart is turning black, at least something is
Yeah,
happening
that's
that we should
in
probably
and
look
of
into.
itself, that's the
and-
problem.
and
Yeah.
then I've also got I've got a friend. She's really good at prophecy, and she tells me it's happening. So
Okay. Well, prophecy, it's not always one-to-one, a for sure thing. Sometimes we can misunderstand it. Sometimes our reaction to it colors what we think it means, and sometimes it means something else. So don't feel like there's no chance. I think we can figure something out.
I'm trying to run as far away from this as possible, but at the same time,
It's
I'm what the cultists and the deep seekers want. So eventually, they're going to come for me.
Will
So,
they know to
wait,
look
wait,
for
is-
you, Cass?
They are aware of our family.
Hmm.
Is your name like the Brine Brain family? That's actually. Should you continue to go by that name?
I'm not going to change my name. It's a great name.
That's
my
right.
name?
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That's a good point. Shouldn't
Well, no,
change
when I
anything.
walk into a room, that, you know what I mean? My name
No.
carries weight, Pellis.
I understand. Yes, surnames are very important. Right.
Hmm.
Okay. So, but you want to go? They're literally looking for you, and you want to go there. I just want to make sure I'm.
You're right. It's crazy. I just wanted to see how much power they've amassed.
It's not crazy. I want
It's
you. I
dangerous.
just want.
I know.
Yeah. Well, if we accept that danger and you accept that danger and acknowledge it, then we can do this. There isn't anything stopping us. I mean, like we can check it out as
I don't even know what they want. Right? I don't think it would make sense to try and fight the cultists. That seems like a bad idea. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what they're doing. Maybe they found something. Maybe they can stop this.
They wouldn't want to, but perhaps we could extract that knowledge from them.
I don't know. It's just something to think about. Otherwise, if you don't want to help, we can go to Vesper Shadowclaw. I'm sure she's got something.
No, I want to help.
Yeah, I think
Though Lyrian has been sort of stopped, I think gently batted away from continuing to examine Cass and to actually get a proper look at the area where her heart would be. She continues to just look at you studiously, Cass. And I think we've described it. Lyrian's face maybe not super dramatic or expressive, so things are more subtle. But I think you've I think I perceive Cass as an observant, astute person, especially with social cues.
With people, yep.
Yeah, and so Cass, I think you would notice like envy, like a tinge of that in Lyrian's eyes.
Mm.
I have never been touched by the gods that I know of. But what they have given, they can take away. Can they not, Cass?
Well, they haven't taken it away for generations. I got to tell you, it's not all cracked up it's to be. It's not all cracked up that it sounds like.
I have practiced the phrase that you intend.
It's not all cracked up as it sounds to be.
It's not all
That's
that it's cracked up to be.
That's the
Not all cracked up the ass.
It's not cracked up. That's
Well,
just
that was
Justin.
out of character. We just switched into Danny and Justin.
that was just Danny. That was just Danny.
Yep. Jared, why are you speaking this way? He needs more medicine.
Yeah, I need medicine, not just the dog. Jared will say,
Guys, I think I speak for all three of us when I say that we're very concerned, and I think that we want to do what we can to help you with this, in whatever way we can.
I appreciate that. But really, it's not something that we need to do right now if we've got other things that we need to do. I mean, this just started, and it's real slow, so I've got some time, I think. Maybe? I don't know. I'll tell you what. If I start rampaging through the shrine, just put me down.
Please don't.
Pellis, make a religion check.
Absolutely.
please don't.
That's pretty bad. That is a 9.
9. Okay.
He said that.
One
Let's
time
see.
I knew what a religion was.
Roll a d10 for me as well.
The 10.
Okay, 2.
Okay.
No.
Okay. You feel like you remember something about this being taught when you were studying. You spent a lot of your time in your clerical studies focused on Dystall, but you did study the other gods and you understand their domains and things. And you feel like you remember something about this sort of thing coming up with multiple of the other gods, things like blessings and curses and various like gifts and curses that they give to people that are very much in this vein. And two things occur to you, though you can't necessarily attach a timeline to it, is that and this much is probably obvious to everyone, but you feel confident that what seems like maybe an acceleration of the curse taking over Cass's body is directly related to the Deep Seekers and what they're doing, trying to manifest Leviathans. And you also feel relatively confident that the best way to counteract a curse from one of the gods is to receive a blessing from the god whose domain is opposite theirs. In the case of Braddock, it is Cairduil, who is incredibly difficult to get anything from.
Yeah. And Pellis is afraid of her. Okay. Perfect. Sorry, was that all? Or
No, that's
that was
all,
plenty.
Yeah, that's all that you would get on those rolls. But
so in general, Cass, there is to the curses of God's divinity, you do kind of need the blessings of another god to sort of counteract something like that. I can't call something like that from Dystall, and also you usually want a not necessarily opponent, but a god of a sort of antithetical domain. to do the blessing, so Dystall wouldn't be your choice in the case of Braddock. For Braddock, you would
Just
do.
spit it out. Just spit it out. I don't know anything about
Careduel is not known as a very easy to talk to or appease goddess. Still kind of rolling off of the rage of what happened to her. She would be the one you'd want to talk to about and make a request to of some sort of blessing to counteract what is happening to you. I feel like I should do more research because I feel like these kinds of things happen more. So I don't know how quickly you want to get headed out, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not in any hurry.
All right, let's see. Maybe we can get multiple I don't know, birds with one stone here. If we're headed to the coast anyways, we could try to see if Vesper had any work in that direction for us. Why don't you go? You could all go talk with her, and I can head to the Silver District, where the main church is located in the city. I think it's the Silver District.
Yeah, I think that is in the Silver Ward. Let me
Silver Ward, sorry.
pull that up real quick here.
Oh, no, that would be in the Electrum District, perhaps.
The temple is in the Silver Ward.
Silver Ward. Yep. Okay. Right. They don't really like me over there, but they have to let me in. I am a cleric, so I can look into it a little bit more and see if I can find anything that would be helpful before we head out.
I appreciate that. I've been looking into other people who have defied curses from the gods before in prophecy, so I'm sure I'll find something. Honestly, I'm not worried about it. I'll figure something out. I always do.
All right. That's definitely a brave face for this situation. But I'm worried about it, so I'm going to go look into this. And so Palace will leave and head out to Silver Ward.
Cool. All right. Is Palace going alone, or is anybody else coming?
Lyrian will come.
I think Jared is also very interested in this whole Caskers thing, so Jared will come as well.
I thought you guys were going to go with Cass to Vesper.
Oh, Vesper does not like me.
That is true.
Vesper may like me too much.
All right, Palace will just turn to Cass.
I mean, that's a boon, really, Lyrian. But if you want to find out more about it, Palace is looking into it. I'm not going to stop you.
Would you like company, Cass?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine by myself.
Very well.
Okay.
Then I will go with Palace and Jared.
Yeah.
All right.
I think as Cass goes to walk to Vesper, I think even unknowingly to himself, Jared takes like a little bit longer look at her as she walks away with this newfound concern for her.
And Lafa watches you watch her with a little smirk.
Oh
Cass
no!
watches Lafa watch Jared watch her.
And the gods watch us all.
Yeah, that's Palace. Just like
Yeah.
Let's
The love octagon.
you know what? I am not sure who I want to follow right now, so I'm gonna roll a die. And if it's even, we're gonna stick with Cass for a bit. If it's odd, we'll go with the other three.
Let's just follow a random pair of NPCs.
Yeah.
What are Edric and Lafa up to?
yeah. What are you doing?
You're gone. Edric and Lafas just start tearing each other's clothes off. No.
Whoa!
I need a full episode in season
middle of the
5
temple.
called
Cass is
Lava
upset
Alone.
She's missing that.
Yes, lava alone. It's just her cooking.
Lava
and-
alone. No,
Lava
it was
not
a,
that alone.
I rolled a 7, which is an odd. So we're gonna follow Pellis with Jared and Lyrian up to the temple in the Silver Ward.
All
And-
right.
As you guys make your way to the temple, which is like, let me clarify too, like this temple that you guys call home used to be the primary temple in Hilltop,
Hmm.
and it fell into disrepair, and it was a temple to all 9 of the gods, but kind of that like universal worship fell out of fashion at a certain point in Hilltop's history, in the world's history, and so the temple that you guys are on your way to is really dedicated to the 2 chief deities and Gogod, the god of war. So it's dedicated to Brathiam and Briothu, the gods of the forge and of judgment, and Gogod, the god of war. And really, even though there are small shrines to the other gods outside, it's really focused on those 3. And so and that kind of tells you a little bit too about the direction that the society of Hilltop moved, and after the focus of the temples shifted there. But as you make your way up into the Silver Ward, on your way to this temple, you notice that there are quite a few more people. You learned from Zip that there were roughly 5,000 refugees who came in over the course of like a single week, as wars continue to break out in the grasslands, and as the deep seekers continue to take over the coast, and even people coming from farther out in the country beyond the forest, making their way through the forest to Hilltop and things like that. People are coming from all over the place seeking a safe place. And so you notice that the entire city, this is true of, but in the Silver Ward especially, you notice just a large number of refugees, and it's especially noticeable because of the wealth and the opulence and sort of the gentrification you normally see in the Silver Ward. And it is, these people are very much in contrast to what you're used to seeing here.
Yeah, I think for it's like, this is probably like, I mean, it's, our shrine is probably pretty central. It is in the Copper Ward.
Your shrine, your temple is in the middle of all 4 districts.
Oh yeah, so pretty central to the city. So this isn't like the longest walk ever to the temple, the now the main temple, but it takes much longer because I think Pellis just keeps stopping and like talking to these refugees, and like if you need assistance, like you can head to the central shrine of the city. It's not the main shrine; it's kind of under repair, but we have, you can have some food, and it'll like, I think he'll be handing out like silvers to the most like destitute, and yeah, I'll take out another like 10 gold worth,
Cool.
which is like 100 silvers that he just starts like handing out. Yeah, he does 200. Just trying to like, give people enough to make it through the next few days. And yeah, I mean, he doesn't have enough for everybody, but
Yeah, a lot of the people that you see as you go have, and they're all common people. It's not like we're not talking about like priests or anything like that, but a lot of them are wearing necklaces with a like a blacksmith's hammer, like a wooden blacksmith's hammer representing Briothu, or a scale representing Brathiam, or a like almost looks like a bolo tie because it's like a little whip that is represented with like a couple of leather cords for Gogod, the god of war, who carries a whip. And so like you notice like you're doing this thing, this proselytization and talking about your temple, but you notice these symbols as a lot of these people have already, basically it tells you that most of them have already visited, if not been kind of taken in by the major temple here.
yeah, I mean, if they're not looking like completely destitute, then I don't think.
Well, so that is what this is something I'm saying is true of the people who are looking destitute.
Oh, okay. Oh, Pellis is concerned. It doesn't like that. Anyways, when we make our way to the temple, I think, if you said that the other gods' shrines are outside, and I think Pellis will stop at each one, dust it off if necessary. Say a quick
most of
prayer.
them are well visited. There's like flowers
Okay.
and fruits and different pieces of like sacrifices. One thing that is also conspicuous, Lyrian and Jared, you would notice this for sure. Pellis would already have known this, but there is no shrine to Dystall here.
Yeah, so Pellis will leave like
Mm.
a trinket here and there for each of the other shrines, and then before he walks in, he will to the greater cathedral. He will sort of just stop for a moment, hands together, and then he will proceed.
You guys walk in, and this place is massive. I don't know if Lyrian or Jared have ever come in before, but it is a cathedral's perfect description of what this place is. It is massive Gothic vaulted ceilings, and when you walk in, there's this kind of foyer area, and then it splits into three directions, as there is essentially a separate worship hall for each of these three deities. And depending on the day, you would know, okay, I'm here on the first day of the week, so I'm going to Briothu's section. Like it changes depending on the day, which deity you're here to worship and celebrate like a mass for. But at the end of each of these large cathedral halls is a truly massive, like 400-foot idol of that particular deity.
Yeah, they're very subtle with their worship here. Okay. So I'm sure the stacks are below, in sort of like a more not basement kind of deal. And so Pellis will just head on over to whatever stairwell to head down. He will kind of do a roundabout, like he won't actually go into any of the halls, but at the very end of like the central like pathway down, he will stop and like do a quick prayer to the three main gods of this temple.
Yeah, and so I think Pellis has been here a handful of times. You know your way around at this point, and so you know that kind of in between each of the halls, there is like a little almost hidden doorway. So there's a set of stairs you could take in either direction. You go a little bit left or you go a little bit right. There's a set of stairs either direction that will take you down into there's the study area with all the books and the records and everything right beneath where you're standing.
I want to add that I think, Pellis, you've normally, when you perform all manner of ritual, prayer, signs of blessing, signs of offering to deities, normally Lyrian has for months just sort of observed. This time she is imitating and trying to sort of do everything that you are doing as it relates to those activities.
Oh, Lyrian, that was pretty good. Have you just learned that from watching me?
Yes. But then I have watched it many times. So
I guess I do it a lot. That's fair. Well, yeah, I mean, you might want to maybe for Briath. How do you pronounce that? Sorry.
Which one?
Brytheme?
Brytheme?
Brathiam?
Brathiam.
Brathiam?
Sorry. Brathiam.
I'm a language descriptivist, so all forms and usages are acceptable to me.
For Brathiam, maybe just a little more deft and accurate with your movements as you perform the rite. And clear enunciation. It's a big stickler for those things.
Okay, I will practice this.
But yeah, as he's like taking you guys down the stairwell, he's just kind of chatting like, yeah. So a lot of the study of the apprentice priests and training clerics happens down here. There's also some, living areas. A lot of the priesthood of the city stays here or can stay here if they need to. There's extra space for traveling, missionaries and the like. And there's a lot of room for study and a pretty large collection of religious texts. So we're trying to head directly to said collection of religious texts.
Yeah, you guys are used to like you have spent quite a bit of time in the library in town here, where like it's quiet because people are quiet in the library. But what Jared and Lyrian are probably not expecting when you step down into the study beneath this temple is that there seems to be no sound, like truly nothing. You step through the doorway into the study and sound is just completely deadened. And you can see people like throughout there are some like clerics and people walking around doing some studying. You notice nobody seems to be even attempting to talk to one another and like moving books, turning pages, all of that kind of stuff. It's just completely silent.
Do I sense that this is magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Pellis would know that this is essentially just like a casting of silence in the
Like a permanent casting of silence. That's just
so yeah, maybe right before, so you probably notice it, but before we're maybe in the field of effect, Pellis is like, oh yes, there's also a blessing of Fiorine in this area. You can't make any sound, as you probably have noticed as we stand here. So if you need to tell me something, you can write it down, or you can signal me to walk over to the stairs. That's usually how that's handled.
Interesting. And Lyrian has a small bit of parchment and a quill and starts to unfold a bit more room to write some things down. And you catch a glimpse of a triangle of people and just charting their stares at each other. Just analyzing like a quadrilateral of people focused on each other.
Huh.
Yeah. So before you guys get going with your exploration of the study here, let's shift a little bit. We'll cut the scene and we'll go and follow Cass as she's making her way to Vesper in the den.
Yeah,
Are you going straight to the den, or are you?
Yeah, I think so. You know what? Actually, I will stop and see. I will stop at my little shack to see how Celine is doing first.
And to remind me, are you still holding her like captive? Like
No.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you go into the shack and Celine is sitting there, and you notice there's like trinkets. Like she has collected so many different trinkets. Cass, it's good to see you.
Celine, how are you? You've been busy, it looks like.
Now that I'm not a prisoner.
You know it was for your own protection, all right? I'm sorry.
You say that and you say that, but I feel more protected and better now.
All right.
In any case,
Well,
bygones are
good news-
bygones.
The good news is I told my friends about you, and based on their reactions, I think I can trust them. So we can move you over into the shrine. You still have to keep a
Wonderful.
low profile because there are other people staying there, but I'm not worried about them hurting you anymore.
Of course. I mean, I stay invisible when I go about the city here, so I don't think it'll be a problem there.
Again, I just caution, all right? I was just
course.
trying to keep you safe.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. That's what I wanted to tell you. Oh, you any more prophecies? Anything else?
You know, I haven't. And things And it's not for lack of trying. I know that you would want something when you came again, but I've not heard anything.
That's worrying, right?
For you more than me, probably, but
All right.
I'll tell you what, I can try again if you want me to.
Sure, yeah. Why don't you give it a try?
Sure. All right. And she starts trying to focus, and I want actually a roll from you
Oh, okay.
to determine how successful this is or isn't. I'll just have you roll a d20, and I'll let you add either. I'm debating here a little bit, so I'll let you choose between religion or arcana.
They're both +0, so it does not.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so it's a straight roll then.
'Tis a 7.
7. Okay. So she focuses, she like tries to lock in. You can tell like she's putting in like a genuine concerted effort. I'm sorry, Cass, I'm just not hearing anything.
All right, it's fine. I appreciate you trying. Do you know where the shrine is?
Yeah, of course. It's
Do you
like right
need
in the
any
center of town.
Exactly. Do you need any help bringing any of this stuff?
No, this is all stuff I just stole for fun. I don't need any of it.
I can see I'm rubbing off on you a little bit there.
Or maybe I'm rubbing off on you. I am significantly older.
Well, all right, I'll think about that.
Maybe one of these times we can rub off on each other.
I saw that
That's not-
coming from miles away.
That's not a genuine offer.
I watched you see it coming and decided, why not?
That's not a genuine offer, Celine.
I mean, you know, there's something about not being in a cage that makes me feel excitable.
God, all right. Well, I've got something I've got to do right now, but I will see you at the shrine later.
All right. I'll see you there. And she turns invisible, but you feel like a rush of wind as she flies past you.
Oh, this is turning into a good day. This is turning into a good day. And she'll turn around and walk to Vesper.
Yeah, so you get to the den, and it's the same as always. You get in, there's people sitting around, smoking, drinking, chatting. But Vesper's actually let me do something here. Yeah, Vesper's chair is empty. And it's not like last time where it's the middle of the night and you would be
Waking her up. Yeah. it's-
waking her up. Yeah.
Hop onto a bar stool. Oi, where's Vesper?
Oh, Vesper, she last I heard, I think she was going out to the grasslands.
She's going into the grasslands. She does most of her work here, right?
Most of it, but you know, sometimes things come up. You need someone with a little bit more muscle to go out and take care of some things.
All right. Well, I was gonna ask if she's got any jobs. Does someone handle things while she's out?
Yeah, you're gonna want to talk to Teal.
Teal. All right. Where's Teal?
Yeah, Teal's sitting in the corner right over there. And you look over, and there's a guy. He looks like he's dwarvish, but he's huge. Like not just like muscular. He's like proportioned like a dwarf, but is probably about the same height as Jared.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. And so, yeah, but he's just sitting with a group of people just like laughing and telling jokes. And somebody tells a joke next to him and he kind of like pats him on the back. And you could tell he like nearly like crushes the guy's spine, just like laughing and patting his back.
All right. Can you get around for that table then?
Of course. Good thinking.
And
Yeah,
Castle.
he picks up like a platter, like it's one of those like serving platters, and puts a pint around it, and then like a pitcher that you could tell is not intended to like be shared. It is just for Teal.
For sure. We'll follow behind. Castle follow behind and be like, "Well, gentlemen, what are we laughing about?"
So and Teal like speaks, and he does not sound as intelligent as you expected him to, being Vesper's second. But he told a funny joke about Well, there was a rat and the goblin, and the rat. No, the goblin. It was no. The rat ate the goblin.
That's fine. I've got a couple minutes. Just keep thinking. Keep going. You'll get it.
Right. Okay. The goblin and the rat were in the ocean, and the ocean. No, it was the grasslands.
I'm gobbling that rat. I know. The punchline. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's so funny. Well, I got this round for you.
Well,
And I
thank
wanted to
you.
hear that joke. It's a great joke, by the way. I'll have to make sure I steal that one. You're Vesper's right-hand man, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, Vesper trusts me when she's gone to make sure nobody steps out of line or does anything they're not supposed to, or forgets to do the things they need to, or needs help with something that they can't do by themselves, or if they forget what they're supposed to be doing, I can remind them, or...
Well, I can see why she puts you in charge. You are just a bright fella.
Right.
So, do you got any jobs? As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, this rap and purr back and forth between us, I've got a few things I've got to do. So, if Vesper had any jobs that she needed done, specifically anything out in the coast.
In the coast, right. So that's where the deep seekers are, and
That's right. So
right.
smart.
So you confused me. No. So the deep seekers are bad for business. They're not good for anybody. So I know Vesper wants someone to kill that Dreadmar fella, who's stirring everything up. And I know that she said she also wants someone to maybe steal the I don't remember what they called it, but he has a diamond dagger that is supposed to help him with his transformation.
That is a lot of information, and I'm so proud of you for remembering all of that. That was incredible.
He just smiles really, really big.
Be very proud of yourself. Did you say how much he's paying for that?
Oh, well, so it's not really an official job. So I don't know how much she'd pay. It's just something she's been saying she wants someone to do.
I understand. Sort of like we'll scratch her backs, she'll scratch our backs sort of thing.
Right. Quid pro quo.
Big word. Was that on your word of the day calendar today?
I can't read calendars.
That makes sense. Is it the numbers or the words?
Is there a difference?
Wonderful. Teal, this has been an absolute pleasure, and I will be back to speak to you again. Believe me.
Great. And he reaches out to shake your hand.
And she'll take it.
His hand's like the size of your entire
Yeah.
torso. And you take 2 damage from him shaking
Wonderful.
your hand.
Wonderful.
That's excellent.
Ligaments tear.
Yep.
Wow. that was-
Is it bludgeoning damage? A handshake from Tyr.
God damn it. That was... Well, all right. Thank you, Teal, and have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you. And he picks up the pitcher and throws it back in one draft.
And Castle just chuckled to herself and walk away. Back to the shrine.
Cool. Yeah, so let's go back to the temple in the Silver Ward. So what exactly are you looking for, Pellis?
Any sort of like text about the curses and I mean also like this event has to be like significant, like the brine veins destroying the first Leviathan, like that's got to be important. So anything mentioning that, also looking more into Braddock and Carduil, just trying to learn more about them as gods. He's not like super familiar with them. And like, who has earned their favor and how, that kind of stuff.
Sure. So give me, there's going to be two separate roles here. So there's going to be a roll to find the books and then a roll to figure out what you can receive from them. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So I'll give you the first roll is going to have two separate DCs. It's going to have a DC 10 to find a book about Braddock and Carduil, and a 15 to find a book that says anything about the history of the Brine Banes. So
can we
one roll
use the help action?
Yeah.
To help. Yeah.
So one roll with advantage, and those are your DCs to determine if you find one or both books.
Is this like, what am I rolling?
This will be an investigation. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. -1. Let's do it.
You got advantage. So.
I do. Okay. -1, 18.
Nice. So it does take you a while to find both books, but not terribly long. And you end up finding a couple of books that talk about all of the gods, the history of the gods. It's not difficult really to find things about Braddock and Carduil. What is more difficult is finding any information about the Brine Banes. You do find a single book that mentions them, or mentions their history in a useful way. You do find like a few books that are like histories of the seas and like pirate charters and things like that, and you find their name showing up, but nothing substantive. But you do find one book that seems to actually go into some detailed history. So now I'm going to have you make a religion check first, and we'll handle the Braddock and Carduil stuff.
Okay. 17.
17, perfect. So as you're looking at the books about Braddock and Carduil, which is like stuff that you're a little more familiar with, so you can kind of, even though there's more of it that you find.
Sorry, I need to roll again. Sorry. Actually 9.
Okay, why'd you roll again?
Pellis is dyslexic, and reading is hard.
Right.
But would the help action also give him an advantage on this, or would that just cancel it?
I don't know how you can help his like understanding of.
Well, if you're
those
all
gods.
looking at the books together, and
Surely
fair,
not
yeah.
all three of you are dyslexic.
yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
Stick with your first roll.
Okay.
And so,
Then I think it's. I don't know if this has been obvious up to this point, because when Pellis reads from his religious texts, like reading from a Bible or something like that, he's doing it entirely by memory. So. You guys see him very slowly, like finger on each line, like going through, and then like several times restarting, and then going through.
yeah, and there's like a lot of this stuff. Like you do find some like helpful information directly, but a lot of what you're finding about Braddock and Carduil is really stuff that you're finding that's like jogging your memory. And so it's like useful, and you're getting the information that you need, but it's really more of like, I just needed to read this sentence to remember this thing that I learned when I was in school. And so what you kind of discover is a lot of things talking about the kind of the history of Braddock and Carduil's relationship, that they, after the creation of the world, they were given gifts, that Braddock was given the sea and Carduil was given the sky, and those were their domains. But that Braddock partnered with Leon and Firin to trick Carduil into giving over her domain, and so Braddock became the god of the sea and the sky, and Carduil went to Briothu, the god of creation, and basically asked for his help getting revenge on Braddock, and he created storms for Caerdwil. So now she's the god of the tempest, and her whole thing is kind of creating chaos within Braddock's domains. And so and there's like that's like the history, and you find information that Caerdwil does not, unlike the other gods, does not spend the majority of her time interacting with this plane directly. She sends storms from another plane, but the other gods are like active on this plane. Caerdwil is really not. She avoids it. And that she has only in the last 7,000 years granted 2 petitions. She's only answered 2 direct petitions. And then
Okay.
what you find when you look into the history of the Brinebanes, actually give me a history check for this one.
Okay.
This will be still with advantage. So just roll 1 die. Don't give yourself disadvantage.
Okay, that's correct. I get 12.
Cool. That's good enough. Yeah. So as you're looking into the history of the Brinebanes, it is not. So for one thing, you are in a religious study. There's not a lot of books on history directly, unless it interacts with religion. And so what you actually do find, though, is that Caerdwil, even though she is honored by a lot of people out of fear, does not really have like a church in the way that a lot of the other gods have, like a dedicated following. Caerdwil is really more pirates and farmers and different people in specific occupations honor Caerdwil out of fear and out of like a need for her to not screw up the stuff that they've got going on. Okay. And what you're finding is that Cass's story about her family's history with Braddock is accurate, like that they were indeed cursed by Braddock, but that it was actually in out of revenge for her family being kind of sitting in dual roles as pirates, but also some of the earliest actual priests and priestesses to Caerdwil. That they were people who truly honored and revered Caerdwil and saw her as a valuable member of the Venere, the title for the gods at large. And Braddock, basically being the petty god that he is, did not like that there were people who were amassing a following on Caerdwil's behalf. And so he cursed their family.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, this is taking a little while. Pellis just looks tired and is tired. So he will motion to Lyrian and Jared that he is ready to go, as long as they are.
Jared will move his mouth as if to say, yeah, he's ready to go, but nothing will come out. And because he forgot, and like,
yeah, Pellis just like motions to his ear. And as we head out, and we're walking back. So, yeah, I don't know if you both caught that. You probably did, given that I take some time to read things. Yeah, it seems like Cass's family were trying to establish a more like systematic church of Caerdwil.
Yeah.
So maybe, I mean, okay, so Caerdwil isn't really known as like, has only ever granted 2 petitions, not very involved in
Very active.
mortal lives, except to destroy things. So yeah, I don't know, maybe that connection that the Brisbanes have to her already will be something Cass can use.
Brinebanes.
A what?
The Brinebanes.
Brinebanes. What did I say?
Brisbane.
That was just wrong. That's weird.
I do that all the time.
It's this is dyslexia. It's in character. Anyway, he was reading it as Brisbane the whole time, and that's what messed him up.
There's nothing on the Brisbanes in this entire library.
It's Brinebanes. So
Yeah, she starts speaking with an Australian accent instead. Her name's Brisbane from now on.
Yeah, and we head back to the shrine. I think.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, as you guys are heading back to the shrine, what is everyone's passive perception?
Oh, my
13.
fan. 11.
This is calculated here. 15.
15. Okay.
Nice.
I
Pellis
am
and-
observant. I just don't always interpret stuff well, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Pellis and Jared walk past this person and don't notice anything. But Lyrian, I imagine actually it seems like it's a typical thing. Anyway, you're kind of in the rear of the group and taking things in. And as you're walking through the Silver Ward on your way back to the shrine, you notice someone among some of the other refugees as they're kind of like they're kind of spending time in clusters and things like that. And you notice someone wearing very similar garb to what you would find in the Waking Root. Like this person is dressed like a member of the Waking Root.
Among the Larkholdian clusters?
Most of these people are not Larkholdian. The Larkholdians, you basically know all of the Larkholdians in Hilltop.
Okay. Yeah.
The refugees are just general refugees, not just from Larkhold. But yes, among these like other refugees around the city, you notice one person wearing the clothes of the Waking Root.
Okay. They're just chatting at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No other distinctive activity or anything obvious like that.
Nope. You notice what your friends might recognize as like the same look of like confused fascination you have all the time at various things that the still folk do. But you notice this person just talking to a group of refugees in a way that like you could tell that they are asking probably too many questions about things that would be completely mundane to these people.
Okay. I think Lyrian suddenly sort of creepily appears behind this person, though not intentionally so, and just without like, real concern for the conversation they may be in, says, "And what has brought you among the still folk? Here for study?"
And they kind of like jump and they turn around and this person is a half elf. She looks at your face and her eyes grow wide, and then she like looks at your clothes. I'm assuming you're still wearing your normal like Waking Root garb. And if I remember correctly, your robes like indicate you as a member of the Circle of Voices, right?
I think we've at least established that the Corvid clasp might signify it would be of the sort of type of things that you would use to be like, I'm part of the Circle of Voices. Cutting off one's nose would also be a more obvious sign of at least being among those who really seek after wisdom. But I don't know that my robes or anything else that I had was like, oh, clearly you were, part of the Circle of Voices or anything.
Yeah, so she looks at you and like kind of takes in some of these things, and her eyes get wide. And you notice, and not that you would expect otherwise, but her nose is still intact. She doesn't have any sort of any of these other indicators of being a member. So she's a normal member of the tribe. But her eyes grow wide, and she clasps her hands together and kind of like bows to you, like a half bow sort of a thing, and goes, I did not expect to find a member of the Circle of Voices here.
That I am no longer.
Have you seen anyone else here?
From the Waking Root?
Yes.
Not that I can recall. At least not one that has dressed so obviously. Should I make a check on that, Johnny? Would you like me to, or would you like to leave it to memory? Okay, cool.
No, it's fine. Forgive me for being rude. I am Lothiel.
Lothiel.
Um,
Lyrian.
Lyrian. I've heard your name.
This could be good or bad news for me.
You were a student of Mogadima, no?
Yes, I was. Do you know of Mogadima?
Only by name, but I cannot find any of our people.
None of the wandering tribes.
As you know, the festival was last month. Everyone gathered, and I was part of a group that was sent out to collect some of the root. And I went out, and I got distracted. And when I came back, the tents were still in place. The feast was still out, but no one was there. And so I waited for days, but no one returned.
Lyrian is speechless for a moment. You are saying not that we failed to gather, but that our gathering was somehow interrupted, and all of us have vanished.
Yes. As far as I know, you and I are the only waking root left.
That is a grave possibility to consider.
I've been searching for weeks, and I'm not unskilled in magic, and so I've used my skills to move quickly, but I have not found anyone.
I must apply myself to this task as well, Lothiel. Though I have left the waking root, I have not lost any love for them. More importantly, I had counted on them continuing their work. The land may fall out of balance without them.
It likely will. And with that, we will fade to black.
Why you gotta do that to me, Johnny?
Jared, we lost Lyrian again.
Yeah, that's definitely what I pictured. I pictured like
Yeah, we
Alice and Jared walked for a little bit, and they turn around like, "Wait a minute, oh man,
God, no, not again.
No one's asked me a question, and
It's the after credits scene for this episode.
Wow, way to just keep us on edge, man. Love it.
that was good. That was good."
Thanks, guys.
good stuff.
Cool. All right. So, yeah, I'm super excited about where things could go next. I think got a lot of fun threads to pull here. But if you are with us live on Twitch right now, we are going to be back at about the 45 mark. Again, whatever hour that is, we're all even just here in different time zones. And so I won't try and say the hour, but the 45 mark, we will be back. And if you are listening on the podcast, we're so glad that you're here. We'll be back next week.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome to Dustfire Media. On this episode of Dustfire Media, we'll be talking to an expert in curses.
Curses?
It's like StreamYard is like taking the volume level of Justin and just moving it up and down like this as he's talking.
I have that off. It shouldn't be doing that.
It's now not doing it.
No, it's not doing it. You're doing it. You're good.
Just pulling it back as he begins each phrase.
How much of that did you catch? How much of that bit did you catch?
Today we'll be talking to an expert on
expert.
curses.
Mhm.
And
I
then
would say we caught about 60%.
Okay.
Genuinely, though, real quick. Sorry, listeners. What pieces of audio processing do you have turned on in StreamYard?
In StreamYard,
Yeah.
I have it set to echo cancellation and reduce mic background noise.
Turn the second one off.
Is automatically adjust mic volume something I should turn off?
Yeah,
I keep that off. Yeah.
me too.
Okay.
How
Let's
am I
try that.
sounding?
It's just
The same.
Good.
amazing. Let's try that next
Incredible.
time and see if that solves it.
We'll find out.
Thanks.
We'll find
Thanks,
out.
Tech Johnny.
Well,
Yeah, Tech Johnny.
thank me
You're way
yet.
better than
Supposed
other
to GM.
Johnny.
Still just troubleshooting.
I love Tech Johnny.
Yeah, that is the best
I-
version of me.
I was thinking about something from the last episode, which is, wouldn't it be cool if you could just roll a dice and find out more about your family's history?
That'd be great.
Yeah,
What do you say on that, right?
Ancestry.com.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what history.com is, but
I think
Well,
so.
but
Sure.
depending
I said
on
ancestry.
depending
yeah.
on your
Ancestry.
depending on your family, maybe you just want to lock those dice up away.
Yeah.
or maybe you want
Ancestry.com.
ancestry.
I mean, have you? I watched this short, and it was just talking about like family trees and the amount of people in the world. In everyone's history, there's a little bit of it.
Come on. We've all done a little incest, right? Come on.
Not we. Not we.
No, let's rephrase
No,
that.
No.
Just
Nope.
me?
Just me.
No, nobody else.
Oh no.
We're off to a great start.
We've been banned off of Twitch.
Titch?
Twitch.
sorry.
Goodbye, Titch. We hardly knew you.
Oh, actually, we might have.
Wait, for real?
No, I was joking.
No.
Justin seems very serious.
Yeah.
Hey, it says we're offline. Why does it say we're offline?
I'm watching
I?
our feed right now. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Justin's having a heart attack.
You sent me into a panic.
We're
Did I
instantly
do that?
banned.
Oh no. It was a
There's
joke.
been worse
was a bit.
things said on this platform. I think you're fine.
It's true. There have been.
Yeah,
No
there's-
incest has been done. Just it was a bit. It was a joke.
Yeah.
It was a
In
bit.
the history of humanity, has anyone ever?
Well,
done
Yeah.
that?
Unfortunately, that's not true.
It is purely a fictional tale.
It's a nightmare tale.
Oh, there's some
Scared
tail.
children. Anyways, how did we get here?
I don't even know.
How did this happen?
Because I was talking about rolling a dice, finding out about your family's history.
Yeah.
And someone heard me say incest, I guess.
I
oh
think-
yeah, I
no,
said
don't-
ancestry,
I
and you said yeah, history, and then Nick said he said ancestry, and then I said yeah, I said ancestry, and then Steve said incestry.
There we go. That was,
yeah.
that was the line.
Yeah.
That was the line.
Yeah.
I
I take
think
full responsibility for the segue into deep darkness.
So let's see. How many minutes do we have before we should start? Let's just do this. Danny, I want you to roll a d20 and based on that number, tell us what you found out about your family's history.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
all right. Based on the number,
What'd you roll?
I found out that I am Daniel of the House of Spiders and Octopuses. Because I rolled an 8.
Spoctopuses.
Speaking of incest.
Oh,
I don't know. Those are pretty unrelated creatures. I feel like.
I know. I thought it was a dumb callback.
There's no way they're family.
Yeah. I found out.
And why do they all have so many legs, Dick?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Because I rolled an 8.
Because you rolled an 8.
Mhm.
Steve, let's get a roll. Let's get a D20 roll.
A D20, eh?
Yes, please.
I don't know what the numbers are doing though. 13.
Okay. What did you
What's
find
number
out about
13?
your family's history?
It's just what did I find out? Like I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. I don't, what do you mean? What do you don't understand?
What's
You rolled 13.
If this roll somehow granted me sudden knowledge about my family.
Yeah.
Yeah. A
13.
13.
What did that
Because of
13 just
13.
teach you about your family?
Yeah.
All his
Man.
ancestors are dead.
Both ancestors? Is that what you said?
I said all his ancestors.
I thought you said both ancestors. I was like,
Yeah, those
Steve's family tree goes back one generation.
Yeah, he's a
One generation.
brand new generation of people.
We don't know
Yeah,
where
it
they
would
came
be-
from, but they just started.
So yeah, I think it'd be fun to know suddenly that my grandfather Wilmot Durgan was not, in fact, the first that we know of to like have food-related trauma with like extreme scarcity and stuff through the times that he went to go volunteer as a pacifist to help in Poland during World War II. Food was like so scarce that there are like anecdotes about like finding a multiple weeks old like crust of bread and like kissing it because of the gratitude that he felt and stuff like that. And it'd be interesting to feel like to just learn more about one generation behind that. Like, was there any set of similar experiences or was there abundance?
Was he just like that? Maybe he was just like
Maybe he was just freaking weird and made
It's like
all of
that
us weird after
He's like
him.
the avocado kid.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah,
I don't know how
interesting
long.
guy, pacifist.
Let's see. How long have we been talking here?
How long have we been talking?
How
You know?
long have we been talking?
Oh,
Should we
not
play
long
D&D
enough.
or should we get one more roll?
I just rolled. I rolled a natural 1.
Okay, what'd you find out?
I think
You
within
failed.
that one, I find nothing out. My family actually ends
I
here.
think or you find
Oh,
out
no.
the worst thing ever.
This is the end
Well,
of your family history.
I think here's the thing, right? I at least on one side, my ancestors were slaves, and that one is appropriate because that's all I'm ever gonna know about those people.
Yeah. Oh.
true.
Mhm,
True. That's
mhm.
wow.
Nick looks like he is in the void.
Like he's almost melted into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's fallen so far from the
I
camera.
was
that
lounging.
he cannot be saved.
Apologize.
Can a man
gone.
lounge?
He's gone too far.
Lounge in his
saving.
own stream.
Come back to us, Nick.
Anyways,
Don't waste your breath.
I was here the whole time.
I think we should
I really
play
was,
D&D
honestly.
Let's play D&D.
All right.
Ow! Ow! My thumb stuck in something.
Oh. Oh.
Anyway, a mic clip, you perverts.
I didn't say anything.
I'm just trying to find something I could reasonably accidentally get my hand stuck in within the proximity to my chair.
Not my hand, my thumb. Just my
My
thumb.
thumb.
Part of my hand, but not my hand. Anyways,
His hand could never.
we are
Alright.
off the rails.
I'm
All right.
in the void. Okay, yeah, that's what's happening here.
Yeah, Nick. How'd you bring us here to the void? Welcome
Come on,
back
I'm
to our
here.
show.
Well, yes. Welcome back to Tales of Izura, the show where we always go off the rails before we finally get railed again. All right. Now, last episode, for those of you who are listening on the podcast and were not here moments ago for another session, we had some discoveries kind of take place for our party. Or revelations and discoveries, as Cass revealed to the party that she was cursed. Her family was cursed by a god, and there is a non-zero chance that she is going to turn into a behemoth or a leviathan that is prophesied to destroy the world. As we also found out that might be of direct interest to the Deep Seekers and Thalasia's Dreadmar, their leader. Lyrian also found out that something has happened to the Waking Root, and all but one member of the Waking Root seems to have quite suddenly disappeared with no trace. We also had some fun, awkward moments between Jared and Cass. Pellis learned some things about the way maybe the temple in the Silver Ward is handling the refugees coming into Hilltop. A lot of different threads popping up here, but let's jump into it. So where we left off, Lyrian was having a conversation with this person from the Lothiel, from the Waking Root, and Lothiel had told her about how everyone had disappeared. Lothiel was out collecting some of the root, came back during the High Festival, where all of the disparate tribes of the Waking Root were together for a festival. She came back, everyone was gone. And so Lyrian has an opportunity now to kind of catch up with Pellis and Jared as they are walking through the Silver Ward on their way back to the temple to reconnect with Cass and share what they learned about the gods related to Cass's curse, and try and kind of sort out what to do next. And so I think that's where we open this episode, is on Lyrian face to face with Lothiel, as Lothiel tells her, I haven't seen any of them. It's been months.
I cannot think of why they would abandon their feast. I've never heard of such a thing in all my years. Well, I shall make my own search, Lothiel.
Yes. I will come back to Hilltop periodically, and if either of us finds anything, we will meet each other here. Let one another know.
Let word be sent to the shrine. What's the best way to designate the shrine, Johnny? Neighborhood, or I don't know what the best...
The just, you call it the old temple in the center of the city.
Ah, okay. Yes, send word to the old temple. This is where I stay when I am in town.
Yes, okay. I have not set up a place of residence yet, but I will send word of how to find me once I have.
Very well. Be safe. Listen to the land, Lothiel.
And you as well. And she bows again.
Yeah, Lyrian bows as an equal
Hmm.
and hastens to catch up with Pellis and Jared.
Jared, we've lost Arian. This is not.
Oh, not again. Wait,
Yeah, it's never good when this happens.
Lyrian,
I have not
Oh.
made trouble. Fear not.
Oh, fantastic! That was way easier than last time. So, what kept you this time? Did you ask a refugee why they have so little food, or something?
I had approached in a similar manner, but no. It seems that a difficult word has come to me. The Waking Root has vanished. I'll explain more at the temple. Let us find Cass.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine, guess. Well, hopefully she's just at
yeah,
the
I
temple.
assume she'll be at the temple.
Yeah, that'd be good.
She is quite impulsive, though. It is hard to guess where she may be at any time, or how clothed she may be.
Clothed or close?
Clothed.
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 It's not an inaccurate statement. I just,
Yeah, you're very right. Yeah.
I mean, you
Alright.
don't need to point it out. I don't. Okay, all right.
I still do not understand why the still folk are so reticent to speak plainly.
Well, there's plain, and then there's. I guess it is plain. I don't know. We don't talk about everything all the time.
This is true.
Oh,
And I have
no.
endeavored also to show such restraint.
You were okay. Good.
All right, well,
Appears that we will take some time to get to Cass.
Yeah, it seems like Justin's having a bit of
Internet issues, yeah.
internet issues.
I think.
Hopefully, it's not something beyond fixing.
have you got something beyond fixing?
I certainly hope so.
I mean, maybe we
Oh, I
just get back
certainly
to
hope it's not permanent.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him a text.
Yeah, so I think as you guys are making your way, you're still walking back to the temple and having this conversation. And you see a tall, very elegant, very lithe drow woman with, dark gray, like charcoal gray skin, bright white hair. She's probably like 6'5", like very, very tall, very thin, very regal, the way her bearing. And she's walking with a group of attendants of various races and things, all of them looking kind of like they carry themselves with a similar, though lower bearing to her. She's just almost gliding down the street with her hands clasped behind her back, and these attendants carrying various things that she's purchased throughout the day in the market area. And as she nears your group, she looks at Pellis, and you see this look of disdain come across her face. I see
Lady-
that you are still here.
Just leaving, Lady Mirathiel. I was visiting the main temple to procure some supplies for the central shrine.
I don't know if I would call it central. It's a little dilapidated. But I mean, it's in the center of the city, of course. But
That's
central
that is
feels
all
like you are assigning importance to it you have not earned.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't like her.
I could see how that was. How I misspoke. I apologize. I wasn't meaning to.
have I heard Pellis mention Marathiel at all?
No, he doesn't talk about her.
Is this a name we would know from simply being in Hailtop?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
She is the leader of the Silver Ward.
Ah. What does it mean to be the leader of the Silver Ward?
So
Is this
each,
like a-
each district has
Yeah.
someone who kind of heads up that district, and she is extremely wealthy, extremely well respected, and there's a council in the city that is made up of the four leaders and the mayor, and
Okay.
so she is a member of the city council, and so she has major sway in the city as a whole, but definitely in this district.
Would she be elected by the
Uh,
common folk or by others, or
It's complicated. There is like a bit of like an electoral system and a little bit of like a it kind of depends on the district almost. Like the mayor is elected, is duly elected. The Silver Ward handles their leadership by inheritance and like birthright. So let me actually pull this up real quick, because instead of just answering off the top of my head, the Electrum district, they also have like a bit sort of like a meritocracy sort of a situation going on there. Where it is not quite an election, but they just have like the most qualified senior person in the district within like the functions of the district, kind of represent the district. The Gold Quarter is by appointment. It's similar to there is like a small council within the gold district that is elected, but that council decides on their own who's going to represent the district as its leader.
Mhm. That's
then-
cool. So there's nuance for all the sort of factors in each district and how it brings about this like singular person
Yeah.
who represents them.
Yeah.
And
the
together they
copper-
function as a council.
Yes. And the copper row is just whoever the boss is at the time, which right now is Vesper.
Yeah. Okay. So we know that Vesper at least has to meet and negotiate with this drow woman periodically.
Yeah.
That's gotta be fun to watch.
You would know too that almost none of the district leaders particularly like any of the other district leaders. They all work together because they have to, but none of them likes the others. They're not friends.
Man, being mayor must suck in this city.
Yeah.
Good
What the heck?
Lord. What
Yeah.
the worst job ever.
But she looks at you, Alice, and she goes, I do believe that there is a letter I found addressed to you. Going through my husband's things. I'll ask one of my attendants if we still have it. I'm not sure.
Oh, all right. Yeah,
And then she
if you
like mid-sentence, as you're beginning to speak, she turns and walks away.
okay, all right. Yeah, she knows where to find me, I suppose.
She seems like a bit of an asshole.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's usually not. You guys like perceived her iciness in general.
Yes, I believe
Yeah.
so.
She's like normally seen as kind of a really positive. There's a reason she's the leader of the district. She is, a mostly much beloved woman, but she just hates me, and not super clear why. Yeah, I actually don't know what her deal is. She just really dislikes me. I did know her husband before he passed of the plague. That was a little while ago.
Did you like know her husband?
No. He
Oh.
would visit the church when I was a student there, and we would talk occasionally. Wasn't much like a.
Hmm.
I don't even know why he would write me a letter. It didn't. I don't know. Didn't feel that special.
Hmm.
I think towards the end of his life, he was. I don't know, looking towards the divine, as most do.
And what did he pass from?
The plague that swept through not too long ago.
The plague. Yes,
Yes,
I see.
it's taken many.
Yeah, you
So-
guys would remember there was like a plague that went through that kind of like manifested like a degenerative sort of like it was, we would call it like maybe viral, maybe bacterial, but it swept through and basically made people start losing muscle mass really rapidly, and eventually their muscles deteriorated until they died.
The heart
It's
is a
very
muscle.
Sad. Yeah.
You do
Yep.
need that to keep going.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, it was simultaneously slow and quick. I mean, horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible ailment.
Slowly and then all at once.
I mean, I can't blame the woman. Maybe she's just angry that he chose to spend some of his last moments with some nameless priest in training instead of her, which would be fair, or his other children. I mean, or not his children. I wouldn't know.
All right.
Jealousy is a far worse disease. It threatens us all.
I think it's a pretty normal thing for us, for mortals in general. Not the worst thing that we can do, but something that we need to accept within ourselves.
Did I want to draw this out a little bit. I don't know if this would occur to Jared or Lyrian to ask, but did Lady Uranus Marathiel, did she ever accompany her husband when he came to visit you?
No.
Hmm.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. because I think from the statement that he said, like, he spent time with some nameless priest or priest in training instead of, with his family. I think you get the sense that it was like just him coming alone to the church.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, he was, I don't know, he was a very interesting fellow. He's an elder elf, like, I mean, years and years under his belt of life. Yeah, I used to talk to him actually about, being some level of elf myself and how he thought that might, affect my lifespan, as it's never really a sure thing how long half elves will live, if they will take more after their elven ancestors or parents, or their well, in my case, human parent.
Strange. Since she is a person of importance, it would seem prudent to eventually find out what is the cause of her distaste.
I literally cannot talk to her. I was just trying to say at the end there that she could send any correspondence to the shrine. She had already left. That was. She usually talks at me for a few sentences and then leaves. That's generally how that goes. That was a pretty indicative example. Anyways, this was wholly uncomfortable. You can go now.
Yeah, you guys make your way back to the temple, and when you get back, you find that the Larkoldians are just doing the same stuff they were doing when you left, working on clearing out. They've made some significant progress. Like the dorms actually look like dorms now, and there's like room and a very, very, very large pile of trash in the courtyard.
Lyrian, just a quick question. How old are you? If you don't mind my asking.
Man, I wish I had this like down to a T in a specific note. I know he said something like over 800.
Yeah, roughly 800.
Okay.
Somewhere between 800 and 900.
Yeah, I'll just say some in the waking root do not count year by year, but I am more than 8 centuries old.
8 centuries. Wow. That is a lot of time. Just makes you, I don't know. I think it's easy to see the world in the unfairness of how time is divvied out. How little most races get and how much elves tend to have.
Unfairness, you say?
Yes.
Interesting. As you had told me not weeks ago that you believed all things were in balance.
I didn't say it was unbalanced to be unfair.
How do you reconcile these things?
Think of it as Dystall giving all mortal races, every individual member, not every individual member, but the collective of all mortals who will ever exist and have ever existed, an amount of time. That is a massive sum of years and years and years coinciding and parallel to each other, correct?
Yes.
It is balanced because that set amount will never change and has never changed. How it is divvied out isn't necessarily fair, but it is balanced.
Have you guys reached you're in the temple? At this point, I think hearing this conversation, Lafa comes over as well. If I may, your Pellis, Lyrian, say that you haven't eaten in a month, and Pellis has just had a large meal. if I take this loaf of bread, and she picks up a fresh loaf of bread she just finished cooling and breaks it in half. I give you half and I give Pellis half. It is balanced but not fair. If I give you the whole loaf, it is fair but imbalanced.
Perfect.
I see. Then it is the unfairness of the world that you fight, Bellis.
I don't know if I can fight it, but I do my best to make things fair when I can. Unfairness is, for whatever reason, in the design of the divine.
I was meant to tell you all, if you go to where your normal sleeping quarters are, the cafeteria, Lady Cass is waiting for you already.
Oh, thank you. Oh, she had already made it back.
Thank you, lover.
Of course, my lord.
You don't need to call me Lord. I'm not a Lord. Sorry.
My apologies, Sir Jack.
I thought you were a lord, Jared.
Can't be a Lord. Can't be a Lord of Dead House. Let's go.
Oh, rough. Sorry.
She said Lady Cass.
Yeah, so we join up with Cass. Cass, I have good news and wait.
News.
I have news.
Just neutral news.
Sorry, what?
Just neutral news then.
Yeah.
Yes.
The news I
don't think
have
good
would
news
be
bad.
called bad by most, but we shall
That
wait
is true.
until the other news is given.
Okay. First update on Cass. Your family actually has some history with Cairduel, as far as I can tell. As like trying to establish like an actual like first church of Cairduel. She doesn't have like an established system of worship. It's mostly, sailors, pirates, so on and so forth, just hoping that she doesn't, destroy them with a storm or something. So it's more of a respect and fear situation than it is a worship. But your family apparently had tried to do that, and apparently pretty famously, at least however many generations ago, was cursed by Braddock, and for trying to do something like that. They do have a pretty antagonistic relationship with each other, Braddock and Cairduel. I mean,
I've got to
Is that
say
it?
that's kind of surprising. I can't believe that's just surprising. We're not really the religious type. We're more the plunder and pillage type.
well, Cairduel wouldn't be a bad goddess as a patron of that kind of chaos. Is her
Do
thing,
like chaos.
Uh,
Chaos is pretty fun.
which is where I was kind of headed with this. To counteract something as powerful as the curse of a god, you do need the interaction of a divine. Bad news, that divine would be Cairduel. And the bad news part of that is that Cairduel has only ever granted like two what is the term? Requests. Yeah.
Huh.
So, like in the
Well-
history of her existing, or at least in our written record, so that it's not a great sign. But having that sort of special relationship of your family, trying to establish a church for her may kind of, and also kind of having an enmity with with Braddock, kind of puts you in a similar position. I mean, not the same, but a similar kind of side. So maybe that's an option for you.
All right, some things to think about here. Well, I would like to say she's only answered 2 requests so far, and she hasn't met me, so there's a pretty good chance I'll be the third.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think you're a perfect follower for Cairduel.
me think. Huh. I'll have to think about that more. Do we have a shrine to Caredwell here?
Yeah, of course. It's a little unfinished, but it is her symbol and is on that pedestal over there. Or well, I guess we're not in that room, but in the main hall, he explains like where it is in the order of the gods.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit more. Oh, sorry. Before we get to the bad news, I've got some good news. I'd like to introduce you to a friend first of all. Celine, you can come on out now.
And on the table, like in front of the chair beside Cass, a pixie like pops into view. Like she was invisible, turns visible with a little pop of pixie dust. Hello, I'm Celine.
Wow, nice to meet you, Celine. Wasn't expecting a fae.
Delightful.
Celine has been with my
what's delightful
fa-
about it?
What's that, Johnny?
What's delightful about it?
The sight of a fae.
I can't tell if you're patronizing me or being genuine, so I'm going to let it slide this time.
She is being genuine. Just she doesn't really know how to be any other way.
It's unfortunate for you.
To be fair, I told Celine all about Lyrian and told her that Lyrian is the best person to just lie to and make jokes at their expense. So that's probably what she's doing.
Yes, this has been a little intense. I was hoping to see her squirm a little bit more, but I'll figure it out next time.
It was a good first try. It was a good first try. We'll get there.
I do not
Regardless-
squirm easily.
That's a challenge I'm going to take.
You just said that to a fae. So, Cass, what is the? How do you guys know each other?
You held me
Celine's been
prisoner
with
for
my-
a while.
That's not true. I was protecting you.
I was in protective custody,
There we go. I'm all right with that.
which is a type
That
of
is an-
imprisonment.
It literally
Accurate
is. Yes.
description of it. Well, look, she has been with my family for a long time and has usually the one that provides the prophecy. So I've kept her safe and with me.
So this is your friend you spoke of
She-
who's proficient in divinity?
Well, it sort of just comes to her.
Divination, rather? Divinity.
Divination. Yes. I
Yeah, sorry.
She can't like call it up. It just sort of comes to her.
Mm.
Yeah, I wish it didn't.
I think that's normally the reaction
case.
to those who have the power of augury.
Sure, perhaps.
Well, I decided to let her stay here. I wasn't sure about a lot of you, but I think y'all are safe, so figured probably a bit safer for her to be closer to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're the one who revealed to Cass the nature of this curse of the Black Heart?
Not exactly. I mean, it's been with their family for, I don't know, 6, 7, maybe 800 years. And I've been around for most of it. And occasionally I tell them, well, it's coming, the danger's here. And then they say, oh no, I gotta figure out how to not have the danger be here. And then they work really hard not to have the danger be there. And usually they succeed. And then they give me like a sort of gift to the next person who the danger is there for.
Wait, sorry. That's the first time I'm hearing of this. Has this happened before?
I mean, yeah, it happens every, 100 or so years?
That would have been good information from the start, Celine.
Well, you only ever asked me to tell you the future. You never asked me about the past.
All right. Well, how did they do it before?
I mean, I don't really know. They went away. They left me in the cage. They did their thing. They came back, and the future was different.
Huh.
All right.
It's pretty much the same
This is a
pattern
very-
we've had so far.
Feels like a
Except I
very
let you out
passing
this
of the
time.
buck situation.
That's true. That's true. What was that, handsome? You said something. I didn't quite hear it.
Oh, thank you. I was just saying, kind of feels like a passing of the buck situation. You know, a transfer of the curse instead of like a actual solving of its issue.
That is an excellent way to put it.
Which kind of sucks for you, Cass. I apologize.
Wait, so you're just saying I can shift this off into someone else in 100 years?
Probably someone in your
Well,
direct line, yeah.
yeah, you'd
Right.
have to have children, and then you'd have to basically just make sure you do what you can to avoid the prophecy until you reach an age where you can't possibly fulfill it anymore. And then your children will be the ones who are cursed instead of you.
All right, so stick with me here for a moment. What if I did the thing that passed it on to the next generation and just didn't have any kids? Wait, no, sorry. That means I'd have to give up 6. Never mind, take it back.
Also,
Well,
I
not
do-
this-
so
you know what?
it's
I'm gonna interject.
Yeah.
it is a generational curse. It just goes. It's not like nobody did like a ritual or anything like that to pass it on to you. It just moved on to you.
So you're saying if I don't have kids,
And
You
you're
don't-
stuck with it.
it's just me.
Well, I think we'll just actually remove the curse or have
Yeah,
something
that's-
to actually
yeah,
counter.
You're right.
That's,
The plan.
That's
here.
You're
good
right.
option.
That's
yeah,
you're right. That's a better option. You're
that's
right.
kind of I was speaking negatively about the choice to just put something like that on your children and their children and their children's children. It's kind of who am I to judge? Anyways, Lyrian, what was your news?
It would seem that my people have disappeared completely in the middle
That's-
of their main
What?
feast.
Yeah,
I leave it
feel like
first
you
light.
should've- That is something you should have said sooner.
It does feel like that's what it should have been led with.
I will not leave until first light tomorrow, and I will have time to pack what few things I carry.
Oh, all right. Wait.
In that sense, there is no rush, even though once I leave, I will make haste.
Leave to where exactly?
Yeah.
To the place where they last feasted.
Is that like always the same location, so you know where to go, or how did you learn?
It's the
this?
same. I came upon the only other known survivor, I suppose, of the waking route.
Isn't
A
that
half elf
unto itself-
called Lothiel.
Isn't their survival unto itself a little suspicious? Should we look?
I do
into
not
that?
suspect them.
Okay, I'll trust your judgment.
Were they the cause of the disappearance of my entire people? I do not suspect that they would admit it to me.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah.
Wait, so your whole people, every one of them, just disappeared all at once?
There are separate wandering groups of the waking route, but they do converge for a feast. The location of that feast changes in cycles. It seems that
Is
they
that
did
a
meet.
yes or a no?
It's
Repeat
yes.
your question.
They all
It is, yeah.
disappeared all at once?
It would seem so. All but those who are already departed from their company. So there may be a few, like me and Lothiel, wandering the earth.
I mean, we're obviously going with him, right?
Yeah, that
Going
was. Well, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure, Cass, that you are right with that. I know you wanted. We can still look into the
It's
cult
fine.
more.
I told you, it's slowly happening. So we've got some time. Don't worry about me. I
All right,
think
well.
the disappearance of an entire people is probably a little bit more important.
Yeah, especially when it's
Yeah.
Lyrian's people.
Will this not interrupt your other plans? I did not assume that you would burden yourselves with this.
Other plans.
Well, the shrine needs tending to. The Larkholdians, your hospitality to them seems crucial.
Well, I've done the
Cass's
hospitality.
concerns, of course. Perhaps the prophecy requires urgent attention.
I told you, it's not going to happen for a little bit. We've got time.
they're pretty. It seems like there are pretty specific triggers for it actually like happening, even if it is progressing in Cass. Clearly, her family has avoided it happening for a long time. So we're probably fine on that front. And as far as the shrine, the artisans will continue working, and I'll continue having to pay them. And I've left a good sum of tithe, I guess, to the Larkoldians so that they can be comfortable. They should be fine. And yours is not a burden.
Lafa pipes in really quick. Yes, about that, sir. The artisans did want to speak with you briefly. Maybe talk to them before you go.
Yep. All right.
It sounds like we're leaving in the morning, right?
Yes, but I should talk before they leave, actually, for the
Yeah.
night.
We should also stop by Cadmere, see if he's got any new magic items. I know a lot of us have some coin burning in our pockets. Perhaps some new trinkets might help.
You guys have
And
money?
Lafa, I also want to speak with you, Lafa, when we have a chance.
Of course, my lord. Whenever you're ready.
Not alone.
Everyone is so quick to just cover these topics in a business-like fashion. But those who notice for a moment, like Lyrian sheds a tear, just sort of taking stock of the room, and says quietly to herself, and it's okay if you guys are distracted. I did not realize that the still folk would be so willing to be like the waking root. And she retreats to her nook and starts gathering her few objects.
I'll go talk to the artisans.
Right.
Then we should
you
go to
go over to
Cadmere's.
You go over to the artisan's palace, and one of them is kind of like surveying the shrines that have not had any work done yet, and another one comes over to you. Right. So, here's the thing. There are not a lot of materials around right now because of all the refugees coming into town. So things are at a premium. So prices are going up. So, that said, if you want us to work on one of these shrines, might be able to get you a deal, but I just need to know what you want us to work on and if you're willing to pay the cost for it.
All right. Sounds good.
And how many of us you want to hire for doing it?
Right. Well, we'll see how many I can afford. Johnny, remind me, did we finish? We finished one shrine,
Mm-hmm.
and that'll be to Dysol, because I mean, obviously, Palace is gonna.
Yeah. Yeah, you
prioritize
have
that.
3 total finished right now.
Okay.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
Which 3 exactly?
I thought you'd said something about going in order after that point, so it would be Braythiam and Briothu that the other 2 finished shrines are for.
Which is good. You know, they're pretty important. All right. So let's skip over to Keduel.
All right.
Let's build that shrine now.
Sure.
And he'll describe like what he envisions like the shrine to like fully look like. Like the unfinished shrines are literally like just like the symbol of that god and like nothing else. Like on a broken pedestal. And so for Keduel, it's very much a description of like, you know, almost like a not a terrarium, but like a sort of like half dome scene with like a storm sort of depicted in the top, and like textured waves down below, like crashing against, you know, like a ship in the sea or something like that. So how many shrines do you think you can do? Should I just start with the one and then
Right. Well,
you guys will focus on that?
let's talk about the materials you want us to use. Do you want the shrine to be the finest it can be, or are you willing to kind of? I hate saying this in such a holy place, but cheap out on them.
I will front for the quality
Right.
materials.
So, So what I want you to do, Nick, is I want you to roll 1d6 and 1d10, and let me know what they are separately.
Okie dokie. 1d6. Okay, the d6 is a 1.
Okay.
And
So-
the d10 is a 5. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Ready for that.
So or I'm sorry, scrap the d10. Do the a d8.
A d8, okay.
That was my bad.
It's fine. 2.
2. Okay, so it will cost you 10 platinum pieces per 2 segments of a clock to have them work on.
Okay. And mechanics wise, how many segments of
There's
clock
8 segments
for-
on the
Okay. So
clock.
10 per 2 segment. Okay, that's fair. Then and it'll take time. It's not like just because I pay for it, it's gonna like
Yes, that can be
happen.
done
Yeah.
just because you pay for it. It'll take a couple of sessions, but
So that means that there's 4 segments, it's 40 plat. What are you saying? All right. Yeah, I after sort of talking that out, Palace says, all right, well, here's the 40 platinum pieces.
Right. Very well. I will go get the materials and we'll get started on it right away.
Thank you very much. And at any point when you're finished working, even if we're not here, I've told the Larkoldians to also prepare meals for you and your artisans. So
Right.
please feel free to.
Appreciate
Please.
that.
Of course.
cool. He goes off and gets to work.
Cool.
All right. Cass, you walk into Cadmir's shop. Is anybody else going to the shop with Cass? I would say this
think
can happen at
Palace-
separate times too, so Palace can go as well.
Yeah, I will join, but I don't have any money.
I was thinking we all would, so we could see what he has, but I won't
Yeah.
make anyone.
Yeah. Cool. So you walk into Pellis's shop, and not Pellis, sorry, Cadmir's shop, and there is. Did it again. I mentioned it last time. I always say Pellis when I mean Cadmir every single time. Anyway, you guys walk into Cadmir's shop, and kind of as expected, Cadmir is not present, but Donald is here attending the shop.
I will
Donald, how's it
search.
going?
I'll just like immediately leave the group and just like scan through all the shop's offerings, and I'm looking for a Larkholdian instrument of any kind.
Okay. An answer to you, Cass.
Oh, I'm doing all right. Yeah, Cadmir went to the coast to, do his thing, and so to bring stuff from the other shop. I'm doing fine.
It's
Great. That's right. He
He's
said,
fine.
"Don't come with us. I'm going to the coast. Don't show up with me." So we stayed away.
Right. I mean, I wanted to go too, but he wouldn't let me. So
Well, who's
I
gonna
feel you?
man the shop if you go as well?
I mean, that's true. That's a good point. I don't know.
Did you bring in any
You know
new magic
So he's saying
items
you got to
lately?
think, Donald, and I don't think, and that's why he says it. Because
Donald,
you're right.
You are a thinker. That's all right. Look at you, what you're doing right now. You're thinking.
Right. I am.
See,
I
you just did it again. Look at you.
yeah.
No. You know what, Cass? I don't care what Cadmir says about you. You're all right.
Wait, what does Cadmir say about me?
I mean, mostly good things, but sometimes he says things I don't really want to repeat.
Well, come on, Donald, it's me.
Right. That's why I don't want to repeat them.
All right. Did you bring in any new magic items lately?
Yeah, we've got lots of stuff here. I'm just gonna copy actually the things that are in the shop right now into
Yeah.
chat for you guys because there's Cadmir has got quite a bit.
I bet he
Shopping
does.
episode yet.
A philosopher's stone for 5 gold. Thanks, Johnny.
Actually, okay, there's too much text here for me to copy and paste into here with it being smooth and not having to do this in small chunks. So I'm not going to do that. But is there anything in particular you guys are looking for? Like what? Yeah, I know Leary is looking for an instrument. What kinds of things are you guys searching for?
I don't know enough about D&D to know, so I kind of just wanted to see what.
Well, can you speak like generally, like what types of things you?
I also don't know. I'm just kind of.
I'm the guy without ideas right now, Johnny.
Because
You could.
well, because here's the thing. Let me take a step back. If you know what type of thing you're looking for, like I want to find an armor, or I want to find a weapon, I want to
Sure.
find
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
magic item, I can tell you, looking at the list, what in that vein is here. You can also say, hey, can I find XYZ
Yeah.
specific thing? And we can
Mhm.
roll and see how lucky you are in terms of their stock.
Don't know what items there are though.
Mm.
The other option as well, Johnny, you could put it in our like Google Drive notes.
I could. That's a good idea.
But I'm curious about magic items myself, I think.
Always good to have a little bit of
A little
magic, something.
Yeah.
All right, let me drop this in the notes here.
Be nice to find something like the amazing seed that I had in the previous game system, which we have not auto renewed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be a harder thing to find, but
It would be quite expensive, I imagine. Though I do have 63 platinum.
it might be more expensive than that.
Yeah.
These, okay, I just put in the stuff that is like the standard, not standard, they're all magical, but it's like the standard things that are in the shop right now. If you guys want to find anything else, they're like, I'll share another document with you guys that just has lists of everything that exists. And if you guys want to get anything off of that list, then we can figure it out from there. This one's a link to something I don't own, so I'm going to drop it in our chat here.
Sweet. Yeah. You want to start on the instrument while the others browse?
Yeah, let's do it. So, what you're just looking for a general instrument? Nothing.
Yeah, anything Larkholdian, and ideally a string instrument so that I could sing while playing it. But even if it's a drum or something else that feels typical of Larkhold.
Yeah. So I think like there would be like, let's say, are you looking for something that's magical or something that's like just an instrument?
Just an instrument.
Okay, so you, as you're searching, you find like a section of the shop that has a bunch of like random instruments in it. Like they're not like there's a hand drum, a tambourine, there's like a random lyre, there's a harp, there's all kinds of different things that you're seeing. But you do, as you kind of shuffle your way through this area, you find a lute that has looked like just a lute at first, but when you moved it to look at something else, you noticed the lark sigil on the back of the lute.
Yeah, irresistible. Yeah.
Hmm.
I will hide the lark symbol with my hand as I present the lute and ask Donald, "What is the price of this?"
Right, that is not magical. It's not all that special, I don't think. I mean, yeah, let's say, could say 100 gold pieces.
Very well. For journeys such as this, it is important to have songs.
I suppose that's true. Especially if you already know where he tells stories.
And is it 1 platinum to 100 gold or to 10? To 10.
It'll be
Okay.
10 platinum for 100 gold.
All right. I'll remove 10 platinum. How are our other shoppers doing? They're like, oh, there's so much cool stuff.
I mean, we should definitely buy these potions of healing. I don't know how much they are. I see 3 though. We should definitely get all 3.
Prudent.
I'm looking at this blood well vial.
Yep, I was just looking at that for you actually. I was like,
Yeah.
We're all just looking at it being
Yeah,
like,
I really
"Yes, needs this."
Yeah, I want that blood well vial.
Yeah, okay, let's see. The potions of healing are common, it looks like.
Yes.
Which would make them 55 gold pieces each.
And,
bundle them and offer, 10% off.
Donald, can we get
I
these
also-
three
sorry.
3 potions of healing for, let's just say 150 gold pieces?
If you don't tell Cadmir I did it, fine by me.
Cadmium or anything, of course. We should buy from you. Donald, have you ever thought about opening your own shop?
I mean, I owe Cadmir too much money to be able to do something like that right now, but maybe someday.
Well, I'll tell you what. And yeah, how do we want to split up these potions of healing?
You guys should probably take them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll each pay 50.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not paying for them.
Well,
I'm not
yeah,
paying
sorry.
for
Me, Lyrian, and Jared will pay 50 for
Yeah,
the potion of healing.
I'm down.
Sure.
Jared has lay on
Cass will-
hands too, right?
Yes. So maybe I don't even need it. Maybe just between you and Lyrian. Because I also had Jared is showing interest in that light hammer of warning as well, and he'll ask Donald about that.
All right, give me a second. Let me take a look here.
Alright, I'll buy that other potion if you're not going to buy it then.
Go
I
for
mean, I
it.
can pay for it.
What?
I can pay for it if you want me to. What's what? 50
And if you
gold?
want to. Yeah, 50 gold.
Yeah.
What was it that Jared's looking at? Hammer of what?
The light hammer of warning. I feel like that'd be a good offset for his negative initiative score, and also it makes it so if you guys are close to me, you can't be caught surprised. So it'd be good.
It's pretty good.
Okay. Let me see here. What number
Well,
is it
I guess-
so I can find it?
Sorry, it is. I was just looking at it. Yep, number 13.
Oh, okay.
Looks like it's not magic though. It's just masterwork. Well, it is magic because it's of warning, but I guess it's not like +1.
Yeah, it'd be. All right, so that one is 4,500 gold.
All right. Let me see here. Let me just look away.
And there was something else that Cass was looking at?
The Bloodwell vial?
Okay. Is it +1?
Yes.
All right. And that one is 3,900 gold.
And sorry, platinum pieces are equal to how much gold?
390. Oh, platinum pieces are equal to 10 gold.
Oh, okay. So I didn't have enough for that.
Yeah, I don't have enough for the hammer either.
Wait, how much are you guys short?
I'm short a lot for the hammer.
Oh,
A lot?
man.
Like 2,000?
2,000? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
think-
3,900.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like 1,200 gold pieces, somewhere around there.
Jared will ask if like Donald could like hold the hammer for him.
What? Like this? Oh,
No,
you
like-
mean you want me to like
Yeah,
keep it?
if possible.
I can ask Cadmir, but I'm not making promises on that.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Right.
That's fine. Donald, in lieu of that, how much is this potion right here? And Castle point at the potion of gaseous form.
It's
Mm,
useful.
Feels like it could be very useful.
yeah, so that is. Well, I mean, I could probably give you another deal on that one. You could call it 750 gold.
That is doable, but very expensive.
It's normally about 1,000.
In that
I
case,
thought-
that's a good deal.
Thought I'd give you a 25% discount because I shouldn't have told you that Cadmir says things about you I don't want to repeat.
I know Cadmir says things about me. I just want to know what he says about me. I'll tell you what. I'll take it.
All right. Great. It's wonderful. Is there anything else I can get you?
Sorry.
How would you go about finding someone who is lost and perhaps far away? Perhaps a scroll of scrying or some such thing?
That's definitely an option. Is that something you want? A scroll of scrying?
I imagine it costs much more than I have.
Well, let me look through here. Give me a moment. And he starts like going through. Okay. What level of
Shopping
spells
episode.
scrying?
It's a 5th level divination spell. So I don't actually know. I don't recall if I can even use it as a level 4 character.
Yeah.
If it's a scroll, I think you can, can't you? No?
I think you can only use a scroll if you would have the level required to cast the
Yeah.
spell.
Yeah, you'd have to have. You wouldn't have to use a spell slot, but you would have to have spell slots of that level available.
Yeah.
Or like capable of casting a spell of that level.
So in other words, if I level sometime between now and when I have to use this thing.
There you go.
Yeah. Or another way around that, just for fun, just so you guys know, is like raw, is if you had someone put a glyph of warding with that spell in it, set to just release the spell automatically when the scroll is opened.
Huh. I don't get it yet, but we
What?
move on.
So glyph of warding, you can put you make a glyph and you put any spell you want in that glyph, and then you just set the trigger for the spell. And so all that needs to happen is the trigger to go off. The person doesn't need to actually cast the spell. The spell is cast when the trigger goes off.
Mm-hmm.
So if you met a wizard who was capable of, or cleric or anybody who was capable of casting a spell of that level, and they made a glyph of warding for you and said that the trigger is when you say bazooka, and then gave you the scroll, all you need is to have that glyph and to say bazooka, and the spell goes off.
Ah, okay. You've given me an idea, Johnny. Thank you. Let us see what Donald has.
Unfortunately, I don't have anything with scrying at the moment.
That is all right.
Sorry.
We shall have to search using other means.
Oh, wait, hang on. No, I do have one right here. It's just a spell scroll with scrying in it. It's 1,386 gold pieces.
Oh, that's more affordable than the hammer, actually.
1,386. Still folk are so strange. Very specific, this valuation system.
Sorry.
How much gold do you have, Lyrian?
Approximately 560.
1,000. How much was the shrine scroll?
1,386.
Another time, Jared. It's all right. I think I have an
For the
idea.
sake of- All right.
Right. All right.
Could I get some walloping arrows, please?
Jalapenos.
That's what I heard. I was like, walloping arrows?
I heard that too.
Walloping arrows.
Yeah,
Walloping ammunition.
Go get some jalapenos, please. I'm really hungry.
This
Give me
store's got it all.
cream cheese stuffed jalapenos back there, Donald.
I'll take 5.
Their specialty is jalapeno poppers.
Jalapeno poppers.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll do 5 for 150 gold pieces.
All right. Works for me.
Nice. I actually just hand him 15 platinum. I don't think that matters though.
No, same thing.
All right, that's all I needed. Are you guys good?
I think I'm good.
I
Yes.
think so. I really want that blood oil vial.
All things
Oh,
in time, Cass.
wish I could sell it to you.
I know. Yeah, I mean, Cadamir's gonna sell it before we come back, though. So
In due time, maybe. Maybe they'll get more
Aye.
in, you know.
maybe it's fine. You're right.
Thankfully for me, weapons of warning are too rare, so perhaps I can just find a different one next time we come back.
Perhaps. All right. Good luck.
Thanks, Donald. What did Cadmir say about me?
Oh, some things.
Ah, I thought I'd get you that time.
Why
You
are
almost did. But then I
You were
remembered
thinking too much.
thinking, yep,
You were
that's
thinking-
me. Donald the Thinker.
All right, Donald. Have a good day.
Right. You too. Bye. Okay. Are you guys doing anything else before?
When we get out,
Yeah.
Castle, say, I've been having conversations with the dumbest people today.
Jared wanted to talk to Lafa.
Right. Yes. Yeah, you find Lafa just kind of working. She is like kind of acting in two roles. Between her and Edric, they're kind of directing the rest of the Larkholdians to finish the work that they're doing. But she's also been kind of taking upon herself to tidy the parts of the temple that Pellis has not been focused on. A lot of his focus has been on the main area and the shrines and stuff. And so she's been kind of like working to just kind of bring everything else into order.
And so I think he'll try to approach her, and maybe Edric's there too, but he'll try to approach her in a time where Cass, Pellis, and Lyrian won't be around, where he's just among Larkholdians.
Sure,
Is it-
I think it's easy enough to find a moment. She and Edric maybe are like standing. Maybe you guys walk in and they're in the courtyard having a conversation, and everyone else continues past and
I
they're
love it, yeah. And also,
Hello. How's it
both-
going?
They both turn and bow. Good afternoon, my lord. Hello, Sir Jed.
Not a lord. Sorry.
Right, sorry.
First of all, I just want to thank you, the both of you, for all the help that you've been doing. Especially participating in my ritual. What was that yesterday?
Of course. See, I mean, it's literally the absolute least we could do.
Yeah, and I had to say, I know how most tend not to share my reverence of a fallen city, but I was.
It's not that we don't revere our cold, it's that we just. It's painful to dwell on it, that's all.
I understand that. Yes. But I actually had a question, considering you're both Larkholdians who have been in Jundin, have occupied Jundin. I had a question regarding a defector. Sorry, rather a refugee, if you will, of Larkhold. A squire of House Carathan by the name of Redford.
Redford?
Yes.
Redford is a turncoat, that bastard.
Hmm.
No, he's become one one of Zarath Bloodblade's chief lieutenants.
Is that right?
He might be one of the second or third most powerful man in London. My lord, if he was your squire, I fear that maybe he is the reason Lockhold is no more.
What are you saying?
We're saying he sold us all out.
There's like a redness that washes over Jared, like a redness of anger. He almost begins to like shake and twitch.
I think Lafa like puts like a gentle hand like on your arm.
Have you seen him in your time in London?
We'd see him from time to time. He would. I don't know that the women saw him much, my lord, but he would come to the men's barracks and talk to us about giving ourselves over to the glory of London. Yeah, he never did that with the women, but we saw him occasionally walking around like a little king.
I know we've spoken before, Lava, of the difference that we have in how we view those from Lockhold. But I hope that you'll find yourself agreeing with me in me saying that Redford is a Lockholdian no more.
Certainly not.
And that from what I'm hearing, he must die.
I mean, perhaps there's been enough death, but no, you're right, my lord. He needs to die.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
Yeah, and Edric actually like drops to a knee, says, "I'm not much with a sword, but I'm keen with a bow. If you find yourself going after Retford, consider me at your service."
And Jared will offer Edric his arm and
Thank you, Edric. I expect you'll be as loyal as an ally as I could have. I'm going to begin the ritual once more. If you could send word to the other Lockholdians.
At once, my lord. It will be done. And Lafa like rushes off, but Edric stays like by you. Like when he stands back up, his back's like a little straighter than it has been, and he will like follow you immediately to go do the ritual.
all right, yeah.
Wow. Jared is angry. He did not like hearing that.
He is pretty upset.
He's pretty mad.
Did you mark angry?
Yeah, I will mark angry. So
I actually want you to mark level 4 psychic harm.
no.
Anger hurts so bad.
Ooh.
All right,
Yeah, I
so you
think,
guys have.
sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Like, I think just one last little tidbit. I think the other Larkoldians will notice like this throughout this ritual, it holds the air of like the air around this ritual is a lot more like ominous, and whereas last night there was like the tinge of hope about it, this time like the anger just reverberating within.
Yeah,
Jared
I was gonna say, and you don't know if it's the ritual itself, if it's you, if maybe Lafa said something to them. There's no way to like know for sure. I guess there's some ways, but you don't know. But this particular night, the other 4 Larkolians actually don't come to the ritual. Lafa comes back alone, and she and Edric both join you, but no one else comes.
I will sneak away to the library whenever I have the chance before we go.
Sure. Yeah. You head to the library. Anders, as ever, is scribbling away.
I have thought much on your words, Anders.
And what conclusions have you come to?
I also sought counsel from many others. It has come to pass also that my oldest and dearest friends have come under threat. It's possible that they've already perished. I know not how. And this, I think, has shed some light on what you wished to impart to me. That it is not worth trading the lives of those entrusted to me in this moment, however short and brief this moment may be, in order to obtain some speculative secret, no matter how powerful that secret may be. A truth that mends the world is more likely caught up in being present with those we have and cherishing them. I do not say this in order to persuade you of anything. I must leave at first light to see if I have indeed lost many whom I cherish. But I wanted to thank you. Johnny, I want to be clear that this is deception.
Okay. Roll a deception check then.
Wow.
Lyrian is contemplating the truth of the things that she is saying, but she is nowhere near embracing them. And this is a ploy to see if I can get something of value. And unfortunately, deception is not my strong suit. It is a -1 to deception. So, but let's roll it anyhow. You do what you got to do. 12 minus 1 is 11.
So I'm making this a contested roll. I rolled insight for Anders as well.
Uh-oh.
Instead of setting a DC, I had made it contested.
Yeah.
Anders rolled a 16.
Yeah.
He gets a +3. So 19 for Anders.
Oh.
So he looks at you, and you get a sense as he's looking at you that like his gaze is a little more penetrating than typical. You know, normally Anders kind of looks past you, not quite at you, but right now it feels like he's looking into you. And he just sits quietly for a moment. He goes, Thank you for sharing what you have learned. I do wish you well on your journey.
Lyrian bows. And then hesitates at the doorway before leaving. On second thought, Anders, is there something that I might be able to exchange or provide or pay for? I was unable to buy something that would help me find my friends, but I wonder if you might have some way of finding those who are lost and perhaps far away. I do not have the means to cast scrying or similar things.
He thinks for a moment. Let me actually look at something real quick here. Do you have something belonging to one of these who you care for?
Belonging would be a strong word, but in the way that we understand belonging, yes. My cloak was passed to me by those who are still among the waking root.
Then allow me to hold your cloak for a moment.
Very well.
Okay. You see here. So he pulls out some you see him pull out a crystal ball and actually like fill a bowl with some water and things like that as well. Not things like that. He fills a bowl with water. I don't know why I said things like that. But he fills a bowl with water, pulls out a crystal ball and sets the crystal ball, which you can tell when he pulls it out, it is like heavy, but he sets it in this bowl of water. And despite being very obviously heavy, floats in the water and stays like centered on this bowl of water. I'm going to have you make a saving throw on behalf of the waking root.
Oh, fun.
So
What type of saving throw?
It's going to be a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And the DC for this
Mm-hmm.
is so actually Anders knows them personally. He's familiar with the target. -5. Possession is -9. Yeah, so the DC for this is like it's gonna be like 3. It's really low, but
Okay. Yeah, my base was 18. So
okay. Yeah. So Anders, you see like the water begin to glow this like this blue that's almost like it's glowing, but it's like a hue that doesn't seem like it should be glowing. Like it doesn't feel like light. It's something else, but like it's emanating from this water. And then the ball, you see like this crystal ball smoke begin to swirl within it. And then all at once, the smoke dissipates and the water stops glowing. And Anders sighs. And I do not know where your friends have gone, but wherever they are not on this plane.
that is astounding.
If they were on this plane, I would be able to see them. But as you saw yourself, nothing happened.
Would this mean, Anders, that it is nearly vain to go to where they were last within this plane? Or might there be clues to how they left?
You may find clues to how they left, and you may also find that if they went through some sort of door, the echoes of such a portal remain.
Have you heard of following one across the plains? I imagine this would be hard to do.
It is easier than you might think, and not as uncommon as stories would have you believe.
The waking root have, for as long as we have memory, not considered living in other planes. We wander, but we wander here.
Yes, I am familiar with your way. I would caution you, Lyrian. Whatever befell your friends is likely dangerous, as I'm sure you know. Following them could have dire consequences, but I do fear for this plane without the waking root in it.
As do I. I am unafraid to die, but I fear more for the inability to help others when it counts.
I do not agree with much of what you have said to me recently. It gives me pause and great concern, but You will need help if you are to find your people. And so I will offer you this. You can be my apprentice once again. And take this token and attune to it. It will help you. And he gives you like a necklace, basically, with a medallion on the end of it. With a
I'm
open
grateful,
book.
Anders.
And so this medallion, once you put it on and attune to it, it will give you essentially treat it like having the magic initiate feat. You'll be able to choose a spell from the wizard list
Oh, wow.
that you can
Okay.
cast essentially through this medallion.
Yeah. All right. I'm just going to call it Anders' medallion, I guess.
And sorry, let me drill down a little bit more. Not just any, it's going to be divination spell through the wizard list.
Okay. And I can only choose one, and then it permanently becomes something that I can do to use that spell. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it can be any level that you can cast.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, one divination spell, and I call it the medallion of the librarian's apprentice.
Cool. And must I choose the spell now?
No, you can choose it. I mean, you need to attune to it anyway, so you can have a little bit of time to decide what spell you're going to use.
Okay.
If you have an
Awesome.
idea now, go for it. But
Yeah, I think I'll need to do a little research.
cool.
I'm grateful, Anders. I hope to return soon.
You indeed hope that you do. I will need that medallion back.
And Lyrian will leave unless Anders stops her.
Oh, I do need you to ask your friend Cass if I might have her permission to use her likeness in a story.
I will ask, but you may begin writing the story.
I
You will
already
say
have. The
yes.
issue is the publication, but thank you.
Ah. Very well. I shall secure her permission.
Or just send her to me and I can talk to her myself. Either way, I appreciate it.
Very well.
Cool. All right, Steve, I'm going to drop a link that just has School of Divination spells for you.
Thank you so much.
Cool. So I'm assuming Lyrian just heads back to the temple.
Yeah, I'm ready to go when they are. Probably just
Cool.
gonna
Anybody
rest
else?
and good.
Anybody else have anything that you need to settle before you leave Helltop?
No, I think we're good.
All right. So you guys make your way back out to the grasslands then. You set out, and it's a relatively uneventful trip here. You do see as you're traveling like a handful in the far distance, a handful of farmsteads and villages, and even a city in the deep distance in the grasslands that are very clearly like smoldering, smoking, and it's hard to tell what exactly happened. I think you guys can make assumptions about whether or not it was shunned in, but you also do see occasional one thing that you are actually everybody give me I want a group survival check, just one.
Yep. So just one person rolls it.
Nope, everybody rolls, and then if the majority pass, everyone passes. If the majority fail, everyone fails.
Okay. Nat 20.
Amazing.
10 from Cass.
Jared got a 15.
Okay. What about Pellis?
All right, I completely blacked out for a second. What am I rolling?
Survival.
Oh,
Nick was in the void that time.
no, I was
Yeah.
100% in the void that time. 21.
Amazing. Okay, so definitely the majority passed. So you guys, you in the distance a few different times throughout this trip, you see scouting troops of centaurs riding across the or running, not riding because that's just them. They're running across the plains, and you know, it can be hard to know if running into centaurs is going to be an issue, but it's better to avoid them when you can. And you guys successfully do just that. And so
Hell yeah.
after a couple of days, and I would say actually at this point, Jared, the inspiration you got from finishing the Shrine of Remembrance is gone.
Okay.
You guys, at this point, you guys reached the what is left of the meeting grounds, or the encampment from the Waking Route. And as you reach this encampment, it is a sprawling tent city that has been set up for this festival, and you can see like what is left of something similar to like maypoles that have been put up with like these floral decorations coming off of them and things like that, except at this point it has been a little over a month since everyone from this encampment disappeared. And so the food that had been left out it's not even like it's rotted, it's gone. Like animals have taken it, like things have taken, and like some of the tents have started to fall down, or you just see like bits of tent flapping in the wind, and it is in very clear disrepair. And you know, some of it is like surprisingly intact because the Waking Root do take great care of their things. They make quality things for their nomadic lifestyle, but it is very clearly abandoned, very clearly has been so for a little over a month, and the weather and the elements have started to take their toll.
Well, I'm assuming this isn't how you normally celebrate this festival, right, Lyrian?
Which part, Cass?
Oh, just everything being sort of garbage.
Indeed not. Lyrian will wander about, probably feeling more nostalgia than she wishes to, and a great deal of sorrow at the familiarity of so many abandoned objects. And I will sort of probe, feeling, through the air, walking around the outskirts of the encampment, just looking for signs of magic.
Make an Arcana check.
That is something I am good at. I have a +7 to Arcana checks.
Great.
8 + 7, 15? Is 15 enough?
15 is enough. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was the DC actually, so you hit it.
Oh
so
boy.
You kind of like feel with your senses and with your magical attunement, you just kind of allow the air of this place, the sense of this place to wash over you. And you get a really, really distinct sense that some powerful magic was cast here. Something massive happened. What might require a little bit of a deeper check or even some magic itself, but you know that some large, far-reaching spell affected the people here.
I relayed that to the group, and Johnny, I would like to try to discern what type of role would that be?
Okay.
I wonder if in this process the flavor of how Lyrian would do things is essentially to consult the land itself. So I could, if depending on what you think is less far-fetched, I could speak with animals about whether they witnessed an event, or I could try to flavor things as like consulting the plants immediate to the area.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have this be. I mean, you can do it. That there's multiple things you can do here. You can do an Arcana check to see like to now like lock in. The DC is a little bit higher, but to like see if you can lock in and figure out what spell exactly was cast here. You can also have some of those conversations with the animals and figure out if anything saw what happened.
Yeah. I'd like to both and it if that's okay. So
Yeah,
I'd like to
I'm good
roll
with that.
Arcana, but I will, even if we just want to skin it this way, consult animals as well.
No, I think those would be two different things in this case. And so,
Sure.
in terms of you like rolling Arcana, Pellis and Cass, both of you are casters as well. You probably also feel like that, especially once Lyrian points it out. If Lyrian points it out, feel that sense of strong magic being cast here. Are either of you trying to help with this or do anything to participate?
Yeah, I mean, if it seems like Lyrian's trying to identify the magic, I'd probably, I don't know, like try to feel for a sense of like what it could be. I think it's more of an intuition for Pellis than it is like a knowledge thing. He doesn't really like know magic as like a technical
Right.
subject. So
yeah, I guess both of you are a very different type of caster from Lyrian.
Very different. And also a lot of cast spells have to do with like the mind. And so there's not a lot that she can do here, I don't think.
Sure. Okay. So then, yeah, it's going to be a straight Arcana check. I was probing to see if there was going to be any advantage, basically. But
Yeah, no, I get what you're asking.
yeah, I think Lyrian, give me a straight up Arcana check.
Yeah, only 1 point more, sadly. It's 16.
Okay, so yeah, with that, you don't get a clear sense of exactly what was cast. You still feel really confident that something was cast. It was intentionally done, but beyond that, you don't know.
Yeah, then I will look for some nearby birds.
Easy enough to find.
Yeah.
You find some, and you have
preferably an owl because they tend to be quite stationary as far as their, the feast would have happened during the daytime.
Yeah.
And I look for a nook that's facing like in a tree, like facing out towards the feast. And I start making some different owl noises to see if I get responses based on the calls that I know. And yes, I will cast Speak with Animals.
Cool. Yeah. So you get an owl's attention easy enough. And it pops its head out of a nook in a tree, and as you're like making these hooting noises to try and get its attention, you see a pair of large yellow eyes kind of open within this hollow as it looks out at you.
Hello, friend.
Hello. You are one of the ones who was here, are you not?
Normally, yes, but not this season. Where have
So
those
you
who were
missed it.
feasting gone?
They disappeared.
Yes, this much I see, friend. Did you see how they came to disappear?
Yes, they held hands and they disappeared.
Did it seem as though they were happy to do this? Or perhaps coerced?
So there was a group in the middle who were dressed much like you, and they made an announcement. I wasn't quite listening at that time, but one of them spoke quite loudly and everyone listened, and then everyone seemed maybe a little bit apprehensive and held hands, and then the ones in the middle began to chant, and then as they continued chanting, they made their way out from the middle and joined hands with the people on the outside, and then everyone disappeared.
And it seems they went willingly. So strange.
I wouldn't say that,
Hmm.
but They listened to the one who gave the instruction.
Would you send word to the creatures nearby? If anyone knows specific things about the appearance of anyone strange or new to the company of the Waking Root, I would appreciate a description of them. I know sometimes animals join in the feast.
Do you remember any of the Archfey joining your feasts in the past?
Johnny, I want to say that's going to be a no.
Yeah, it's a super no.
Yeah, the Archfey. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing a world building detail. No. No, I would not have expected that.
Then there was someone who was new.
Thank you, friend. I will do what I can to learn about this Archfey and how I might find those we have lost.
Good luck to you. And
There's a
instead
good
of like
field mouse over there, by the way.
he climbs out of shifts out of the hole and silently glides that direction.
I return to the group and simply say, the owl has told me that an Archfey seems to have perhaps coerced the Waking Root to leave to another plane.
Is that how you typically celebrate these festivals?
Never.
Yeah, Archfey are pretty hard to resist. Yeah, that's not good.
It seems that we are out of our depth.
Do you want to go after them, Larry?
I don't know what I could offer to an Archfey in exchange for all of the people they've taken.
Well, we don't know why they're gone.
The Fae like to take people in general.
I'll think of something.
I mean, this is crazy, but maybe we find another Fae who's willing to send us to whatever plane they went to.
It is just that's not a bad idea, but just throwing it out there. Not great to owe Fae favors.
No, I get that.
Just make sure we're on the same page.
Just trying to suss out how important this is. Like, if we need to go after them now, I don't really see any other options other than that.
How do we go after them now? Even
We
As you
find
guys
a-
are Oh, go ahead, sorry.
we find a Fae who can send us.
As you guys are having this conversation, a familiar kind of sparkly appearing happens as Celine reveals herself among you. So, I could take you to the Feywild if you want me to. It'd be nice to go home after all this time.
oh yeah, let's do it.
And Celine's one of the good ones.
Oh, that was kind of a weird thing to say, but all right.
It was a bit of a weird thing to say, but
Just
at the very least, I have
hold it over
oaths
our heads, you know?
there are oaths that bind me to cast that I'm not going to break, and so
That's what I meant. She's not gonna like pull one out from us.
All right. Well, let's. I mean, like, it's not like we can stop this arch. I mean, it'd probably be good to learn more about what has happened to the Waking Root. But I just want to. We can't actually like fight an Archfey. Like
No,
that's.
of course not.
no, they would slaughter you. But
Yeah.
if there's one thing I know about the Archfey, if they took the Waking Root with them out of this plane, there's got to be a reason for it.
And you
if they
can't
take an
get in-
entire people, it goes beyond just the Fae like taking people, which we do, I'll be honest, but
Thank you.
Well, we can't fight them. We might be able to bargain with them.
that's true. We do love a bargain.
I love to bargain.
Red flags, just red flags going off. All right, let's just go before I think about this anymore.
All
To
right,
the Feywild.
wonderful.
All right.
Here we go. And Celine suddenly grows to be like the same size as you guys, and holds out her hands to like as she does so, like her wings, like her pixie wings, like disappear and stuff. But she holds her hands out to either side and goes, "All right, everyone, join hands."
I will.
And
All right.
I
They're
just
all-
kneel down briefly to leave a druidic message about where I'm going and who I am in case anyone else comes upon it. And then I will join
Wonderful.
hands.
And so you're all willing to do this, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. And you all feel so you hear her like kind of whisper some things in Sylvan that I don't think any of you would understand if you don't speak Sylvan.
No.
And you feel as the world kind of shifts around you. It feels almost like you're falling for a moment, and then suddenly you lurch to the left and then to the right, and then you lurch upward and then backward, and then it feels like you're spinning and falling and then moving upward all at the same time. And then suddenly you stop and you find that you are standing now in a place not dissimilar to the grasslands you just left, but there are stars on half of the sky and blue sky on the other, and you can see a sun and a moon that don't match your own. The light of the sun is wrong and the moon has different markings. And she looks around at each of you and says, "All right, welcome to the Feywild." And then everything fades to black as we end our episode.
Ooh, new plane. Who dis?
New plane, who dis? It's. I was about to say a party name, but I couldn't come up with anything.
Ain't no party like a Johnny Button party.
Ain't no party like
Button Marty.
a button party.
Well, that was fun.
Well, yeah,
Was-
the Feywild. I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong next episode.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Thanks, guys. This was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope we're
All
gonna.
right, friends. If you're with us on Twitch right now, we will be back in 2 weeks to find out what happens to everybody in the Feywild. And if you're with us on the podcast, we will be back next week. All right. Bye.
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 Yeah.